or laboratories that have equipment, and then you have to do a few iterations of the test to be sure of your results. And then based on that, you develop policies that help you to implement that. So that's probably a short answer of what is needed as a next step.
Yeah, I can probably just only agree on that. Still, for instance, in our project, we received quite a strong response from several environmental organizations. For instance, there is one called HDR. It's based in Boston, and they were suggesting, oh, and also there is another one, Sidara organization, maybe you heard of it. Both of them, they suggested that this is an approach that could be linked to some creation of automated robotic systems. And I imagine that in regard of the project that Maxence was presenting, it's also something that could be used, linked between like using visual detection tools and also linking it to robotics that would separate automatically the rubble. That would, of course, automate the process and make it much faster and easier. And I imagine that currently it's just a matter of time. It doesn't seem to be something unrealistic. I just think it's just a matter of time. And of course, this is not something that you can already find in the regulations. Still, there was one small insight that I read in the waste management protocol of EU waste management protocol last year that was published in 24. They dedicate a lot of like attention to auditing. So I imagine they kind of describe very precisely how
we need just slightly more time and some more tests, and those tests are obviously costly. In Switzerland, we are quite lucky that if an engineer signs off the paper, you can build whatever you want. So there is a lot of trust in here. But I also just wanted to say that we can, if we are smart about regulations, we can use them in some ways. At least in my research, since it's very much looking like a masonry, you can apply the codes for masonry and then still try to work around this. So I think, yeah, it's a matter of time and having a first project really built at full scale so that others are inspired to adopt it.
I wanted to give a small comment to Maxen's project. Now, during the Venice Biennale exhibition, there was one national installation. I think it was Icelandic, if I'm not mistaken, and they were presenting dry cladding. And when I saw it, I thought that he usually use dry cladding in the mountainous areas or maybe some seismic, but perhaps we could also rethink of how we can use rubble for some particular tests of dry cladding, and that's how we're gonna reduce the use of mortar, or also it could be much faster to implement. Maybe it's not a bearing construction, but at least some type of partition or whatever. So in this regard, we could probably reassess and reuse rubble as well. I just was wondering whether you, Maxence, were thinking about this or not.
Good question. I'm mostly interested in structural applications because that's where most of the mass of the new buildings is. So that's my main focus, and that obviously I've been involved in other sides of it where it's reused in non-structural levels, but I remain focused on the structural level now.
I have one comment and two questions for two different speakers. One comment is everybody told that time is crucial, and everybody need time to develop all these projects. They are brand new all over the world. Actually, it's not like only in Ukraine it's new, but there are countries which are a bit more further steps than we are, but still it's quite new technologies. And we unfortunately don't have it in Ukraine. We are reconstructing very fast, and it's CO2 very not natural, not very good CO2 percentage. So the question is, it's just like it's one comment, and now it's two questions. One is question for first lectures is have you ever tried to use for I will talk in Ukrainian if чи ви колись намагалися очищати
the ship's wall, which might absorb some chemicals. I will start. We studied different modes how to decontaminate the soil, but one of the most important was filter mediation. But I think there
Метали, вони не зникають.
aspect that pollutants they are not liquidated, so they are absorbed by wool or plants. And then there is another problem, how to utilize this phytomass. So we have the law of energy conservation. What will we do with all these pollutants? They are still here. So we can think over about polluted plants, what to do with all these toxic elements. If we have these pollutants, we still have them. There is some time frame, and within our project, we understand it can last 10 years or more. If we are talking in the city context, sometimes our projects can't last for 10 years.
So what we get when we were gathering materials in Gostov, and the object that we were researching, Gostomel is situated near Kiev, and owner of this building has been working for 3 years at their ruins. So this process is not so quick. So Gostomel is in the focus of the attention of many international organizations supported us with recovery, but there are some buildings that are not restored because there is the lack of resources, and many owners take their own decisions as there is lack of tools and possibilities of quick response. So I believe, despite the necessity of quick response, there must be people who must seek parallel decisions and then must get involved. So at the EU accession, as for the EU accession process, we need to be aligned with the EU standards, and it's a question of time. If these standards will be applied by the ordinary employees. So in fact, I have a question to Ms. Katerina. I would like to ask if you'd help the people who are engaged in assessing damages. So we organize the recommendations for the Cabinet of Ministers in terms of damages. So we would need this data. So we have come to the conclusion that we did not estimate 10% of this also. Our communication strategy is not was not very active at that moment. and that was just limited research, but we had possibilities to present our findings to the community in Bucha, and we received positive feedback, and they said they didn't need it, everything was solved, and it was in 2023. So less than 1 year since the full-scale invasion. And they said maybe other communities needed in it because those communities which didn't attract a lot of investments. And unfortunately, there was no practical use of this data. So I believe if we had received the guidelines, that would have been very helpful. But the big picture is very important. So, for example, according to this analysis, we saw which zones were contaminated with asbestos and the concentration of this pollution. So unfortunately, we should interrupt as we have lunch, but I would like to say thank you to all speakers. And this discussion showed any regulatory issues are dragging behind your researchers, but even there are millions of tons of this debris. It will take a lot of time, many years, to recover our countries. But it's good that this discussion has already been started, and we have such a discussion. And Ukraine is ahead many European countries, even in this issue. So thank you very much. I would like to invite everyone to take a general picture, and after that we will have lunch. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon once again, and thank you to those of you who are joining us online. To those who I didn't introduce myself to earlier, my name is Jamie Woods. I am an architect and urban planner working here with UN Habitat in Ukraine on urban recovery planning, and I'm co-chairing this track alongside Mihailo Shevchenko, who you met earlier. This morning, we heard about the challenges facing Ukraine and the scale of the issues if Ukraine's construction industry continues to proceed with pre-war practices and pre-war approaches. In this next session, we will be hearing from our speakers on the topic of circularity in Ukraine, where they will discuss both the pathways to progress, the gaps that exist, and the challenges faced to implement circularity principles here in Ukraine, and some of the strategic alliances which are being made between both Ukrainian and European and wider audiences. The session will be split into two groups. So we will first invite our speakers to come and give a presentation, and thereafterwards we will moderate a short Q&A session where we can explore some of the topics raised in more detail. So I will first invite our first speaker to the stage, which is Sophie Halat. Sophie, if you want to come join. So Sophie is an architect and project manager for Ukrainian-German initiative Hope Home. And Hope Home dedicate their promoting the use of eco-materials in Ukraine's reconstruction. They work at the intersection of architecture, education, and sustainability. And Sophie makes sure that she fosters cross-sectoral partnerships and develops learning programs that strengthen community recovery. So Sophie, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's start. So, yeah, I will switch to Ukrainian. Давайте почнемо. Тема мого виступу – це виклики низьковуглецевої відбудови України. Далі мої колеги.
Topic is about low carbon emission, and my colleague will tell what we do with this, and I hope my colleagues will tell about it in more detail. So what is Hope Home? So this is the German pilot project about ecological recovery in Ukraine. It's about interregional network which is engaged in recovery building materials, and it covers all sector of stable building. And one of our, and we are joking that our project is expanding without control, but we will take over it. So we have need in recultivating soils and reuse of building materials from concrete rubbles, and use of some products of clay, ceramic, and the wide usage of such products. So let's talk about the CO2 emissions. I divided into 4 sectors: regulations and certifications, education, financial limits, and interaction with communities. So as for regulation challenges, so we have a problem that a long-term process of recovery is quite long. It is underway. We know that there are speakers of this symposium are here. Who are they here? They hold, they attend meetings dedicated to the building regulations, and it takes a lot of time, and the steps are too small, and unfortunately there are a lot of initiatives that are limited and that cannot be developed to the limitation of building rules. As for, there are some producers who are engaged in ecologically friendly materials, and they are working with the certification of materials. And this is a big necessity for architects to work with them, especially when it comes to some projects like building residential house. Another regulation challenge is a small life circle of principles of materials and process. So we introduce some changes to the rules, and regulations. But as for the intersectoral interaction, it is quite difficult. Ministries are not cooperating closely in terms of the recovery of Ukraine. So the complication of the bureaucracy, I think that everyone understands what it means. So as for any project, bureaucracy is a part, is a challenge for any initiative. As for financial problems, high cost of stable materials, what it means? Materials, the preliminary price of all the materials are high usually, and in many cases it is impossible to use these materials for the communities with limited budgets. For example, we are working in the Nikolaev community, in the Nikolaev district, and this is one of the most suffered community during the occupation, and there is presence of the UN agencies, and they say, so we can't use your building materials because we can't just buy them. So, for example, we have a system eProzoro, but we can't use it because, for example, if we use some material and usual material, so tender will be given to the producers who will provide cheaper materials. So eco materials are not so developed, and eco materials are more expensive, and it's more difficult to find employees to work with these materials. So there is no possibility that this material will be used during the building, even if it's certified. So the lack of the financing and the human resources. So, so this is what the Jamie is asking about. What is the lack? So we need sustainable support. They are looking for funds. They're applying for grants, and it takes a lot of resources that could be used for researches or for the implementation of these building materials. The prioritization of cheaper but technologically better solutions. This is what I have already said. So as for the educational challenges, as you can see, there are a lot of them because we have divided them into 4 columns. So let's look through. So basic ecological knowledge. People do not understand this issue. Small portion of community understands how building materials influence on the health. So I am an architect. I have a big experience. So my house was hit, and I started to scan and screen my house without proper uniform, and I didn't understand how it would affect my health. So when we were working in the community, we have already mentioned asbestos a lot of times, and at one workshop, we see young people, 17-year-old people, and they told us how they use damaged asbestos for to build roads, and we asked them not to do it anymore because they do not understand how hazardous these materials may be. They do not perceive these materials as danger. We are working in the village, and they perceived it as a past. So that's when it comes with the awareness of the public and formulate their knowledge. So it is amazing that we are gathered together to talk about it, but we need to cover so many people. We need to dedicate so much time to make people aware, to explain to them how these materials affect their health. Professional training. I was trained in lab, and I can say that there are several approaches concerning the eco materials, timber, clay, and other eco materials that we can find in our community. Nobody knows nothing about it. I know that the Kharkiv School of Architecture has a little bit different situation, and I congratulate them with this. But I think that this is exception, but not a rule. And I have another question. Another question. Not any architect, but real professionals. They only those who are deeply interested in this topic, they find some knowledge. But I think that it must be present at schools, at the institutions, and other education establishments. I think that we need to restore our knowledge regarding the eco materials. So I think that these materials have been used since antiquity. All these materials were used in the past, and in Ukraine, these materials were popular, like for Khata Mazenka, for example. It must be cultivated as a social and cultural part of our life, and we need to treat environment and to teach people to treat environment as a modern aspect. So we see this tendency to build ecologically friendly buildings. We see that it becomes more prestigious right now. But when I work with the premium segment, they don't want to hear about it. Don't tell us about it because these materials are not so stable, and they want to use cement and other materials which are not so ecologically friendly, and it's very difficult to persuade them that these materials, eco materials, are better than modern ones. And this thing, so institutional education and standardization. So we need to create a basis for creating employees for the building sectors. So at the legislative level, we need to introduce examine this issue. So most people in this hall who were speakers or will be speakers, they would like to integrate Ukrainian practices in the building sectors and to exchange experience and to use the best practices. There are first steps, but I think that it might be at the international school level. For example, there are a lot of summer schools for Ukrainians where students can exchange their experience. But so we had a wonderful speaker from Switzerland. Their results of their research are quite significant, and we need to integrate their results in our recovery. So this is a more scientific approach. So work with the communities. I have a lot of things to tell, because I worked with the community last year, and I have been working with them since last year. So is there anyone in the hall who worked closely with the communities? Oh, yes. And how is it easy to work with them? Normal. I was collecting feedbacks from people who introduce a lot of things in this life, building materials, technologies, and when you work with the community, you are facing new challenges. And we worked with the community that was deoccupied. So mental barriers, this is very big issue. And we had a workshop last year, and I'm not depressed at all, but for 4 days of this workshop, I was almost depressed because I understand the mental health of these people after the occupation and their perception of new things. It's very difficult for them. So in any case, the perception of new technologies is not so easy. On the one side they like that somebody's come and do something for them, but on the other side they don't trust, and they resist, and it's not so easy to do good. They try to avoid our help. So right now one issue of working with the communities, it's the awareness of the representatives of the communities. So they do not inform, they didn't inform their inhabitants. They didn't tell about what was going on. They just asked the inhabitants for this workshop, but the inhabitants didn't know why they came, what they would do, and that was a disaster. It was our first experience, and we understand that we should go to the inhabitants and to communicate with them directly, not with their representatives. So corruption risks. So when you say, I will finance the community, some initiatives aimed at this topic, and at first the response is wonderful, but then the representatives resist when they don't understand how they can work, how can they benefit from it. So corruption risks are quite high, and we can't avoid this topic. So lack of the trust to new technologies. So it comes to the educational system. So we need to ensure educational communication. This is like a piece of advice for those who will implement any project in the communities. Hope implementation. So here we would like to give you some showcase. In 2024,
we had an exhibition in the House of
conducted
Architecture
workshops
in Kyiv
in the
City on Maidan
architectures' houses,
Nезалежності.
and
There were
we
4 workshops, and
presented
there
our
was an exhibition of eco
for the
materials,
raw materials.
There were 9 stands, do-it-yourself technology. What people can
So
do
the offer
manually
was
by
to do,
themselves,
for
and
the attendees of the
participants try
workshop.
to do it. Photos from our workshops. So you can see clay, straw. December 2024, At the same exhibition, we signed the memorandum with Mykolaiv City Council. So it was the first workshop in Mykolaiv Oblast. It was complicated mentally when you don't understand what for you are doing. So you are communicating, but there is no feedback. It is cold, windy. It was a huge challenge for us. June 2025, it was our second workshop in this community. It was pretty easier. We engaged the village where there was unemployment. There was a sugar beetroot factory before, and it was destroyed during occupation. So people were unemployed. They were restoring their own houses with what they could. They used broken asbestos, and we understood that we wanted to support them, and so we engaged them on a paid basis. And in September 2025, it was a youth exchange. It is a United Nations initiative engaging young people of Ukraine. Due to lack of funding, budgeting cuts, we managed to work with wood, with hemp, with so you can see the photo of a wooden bench. Young people were working. They even were working with hemp plaster, mixing it themselves. And you can see our website. 1-2 questions, because we will have questions during the panel after presentations. Тому швиденько.
Or responses to some of the work that Sophie shared there. Once again, if the online audience have any questions, if you can please drop them into the chat, and we'll make sure that we try to pick up those as well. No questions for now. I think, yeah, great presentation. Everyone followed. Thank you very much. So for our next speaker, we have Anna Marshenko. I don't know, Anna, if you are online, if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear.
Hi there,
Can
Anna.
you hear me?
We can hear you well in the room. Yes, thank you for joining us. I think the colleagues are just filling up your presentation now. There you are, great. So Anna is joining us very gratefully, supporting at the last moment and trying to bring to us the story about the progress that's being made in Ukraine on the topic of the circular economy. Anna is an architect, a researcher, and an associate professor at the Alnus University for Arts and Social Sciences. She is also a project manager for the Mykolaiv Water Hub reconstruction project, which she will be sharing with us today. She also holds a position on the board of the Women in Architecture Ukraine, and we're very grateful to have her here today. So Anna, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for your kind introduction. So I will switch in Ukrainian, if it's okay. Я перейду на українську. Я розкажу сьогодні про пошук циркулярних рішень для реконструкції водного хабу у Миколаєві
for the reconstruction of Mykolaiv water hub, and the project we are implementing under DBU and GIZ support. I will start with localization of this project. It is Mykolaiv city explanation for our foreign guests. It is in the south of Ukraine between Odessa city and Kherson city, 65 kilometers from the sea. And Mykolaiv city faces numerous problems since the start of the war. A lot of problems with water. In the beginning of the war, water supply was destroyed, providing drinking water. And the city was without drinking water several years. And also when the dam was destroyed in summer 2023, additional problems were created. There was a flood of the nearby regions. So first background and regional economy, because if we are talking with circular economy, it is crucial to understand general picture and economical situation. Mykolaiv region economy was dependent on water from Kakhovka. It was water for irrigation. It was a part of regional economy. Secondly, Mykolaiv is a port and shipbuilding city. When the ports were closed on the right side, it was very bad financially, economically, and demographically. People started to leave. And speaking globally and acting locally, I will tell you about our local project. It is in the historical center of Mykolaiv, blue color on the map, and orange is our piece of land. There is a building, maybe you know what it is, a traditional house in the south of Ukraine, one-story building. If I tell you the history of this building, this building was empty for many years and it was in a very bad state. The history starts 150 years ago. It was the first building constructed on the foundation on the clay solution from stone. And in the 90s, it was refurbished several times. Also, something inside was changed at that time. You can see the facade of this building. In the beginning, it so cement plaster was added. So archaeologists, we were removing layer by layer, and we understood primary layers, secondary layers, what kind of materials might be saved. I will tell you about the process. It was not a traditional architectural process, architectural service. It was a multi-layer process. We started to make it participatory, engage community, users, future users of the Water Hub, and in parallel, we conducted 5 workshops, and we also researched. So there were 3 processes in parallel. Photos from our workshops, and I will tell you a little bit about the decisions we made together with users and community. You can see our piece of land. So the gray is the existing building, and also we decided to keep part of it. Some parts of the building were made in 90s. They were made of some debris. We didn't understand the mixtures that were used. Engineers said that we had to demolish it and leave only the historical building, the primary building. Here you can see the plan. And on the right side, we plan to build the so-called summer kitchen, which is traditional for Ukraine. Our grandmothers used to have some kitchen, which was used only in summer. And we will use it as a maker space. And as the example of this pavilion, we want to test some materials and constructions we will not be able to test at the primary building, at the main building. Here you can see the existing building. Orange color means the materials we have to remove. And this is our new project. We will also make a roof. But we don't want to throw materials away. We have analyzed the existing materials. There is some wood, also the mixture of wood and clay, which is called dranka in Ukrainian. Some bricks. The roof is made of wood. We can still separate these materials and reuse them or recycle, apart from the roof which is made of asbestos. You have heard a lot about it. Today we have to remove it very carefully. So the walls from the stone will stay. but we don't load them with a new construction because engineers said that in this case we would close them with concrete and we want to use these walls for our new house and our new constructions they are made from wood and we put them into the old base. And we will use reused metal. Today, I will also tell you about our research within this project. Before we decided on the materials, we researched what was available in the region. There were straw, sand, clay soil, and also sunflower plants. What is the most interesting is former Kakhovsk so Kakhovka Dam. It turned out into a green forest. This piece of land was flooded in Soviet times, and after the destroyal of the dam, now we can see a lot of willow trees there. And there are also a lot of reed. Reed is very popular in these places. Two years passed after the Kakhovka catastrophe, and this forest is becoming more mature, becomes more diverse. And so we decided to take into account four main plants, reed and willow trees. We studied many options. I will not show you all the options. It's just an example. Here you can see the wall constructions, and below you can see the example of blocks where clay is mixed with reed, and then after that there is plaster. And for new constructions, we took this system that is already has been using in Ukraine. It's the panel walls. So we use a different kind of thermal insulation for these walls. So we do it from recycled materials. So this is the general picture and very brief description of our project. But before go to the progress and gaps, I would like to make some conclusions. It's not just architectural project. We are trying to use
biological materials, or ecological materials, or circular economy materials. We present this project as an attempt of searching new concepts of economy in this region. So these approaches that do not use wildly natural resources, because since the Soviet era, we didn't change a lot uh, for old approaches, and it's time to rethink and to change some systems that would be more resilient, because in some crises the existing systems are not resilient. So we need to use ecologically friendly materials for construction, and to use a system that would regenerate the ecosystems. So right now, I would like to move forward, and gaps and progress is topic of our discussion. And my colleague Sophia has already talked about things, but I would like to start with something good, with progress, because I can see some progress. When I was establishing my architectural study in 2017, and I tried to introduce these issues to the society, so I didn't see big interest for ecological and energy efficient issues from the customers and from my colleagues. People said, so when we would have this problem, when we would have such a quality of life like in Europe, then we will handle it. But I was trying to push these issues, and I can see that for the last 10 years, this dialogue has been developing, and interest is growing, interest to this topic. And I can see that that a lot of projects dedicated to these issues are receiving support from Europe. And this is the progress that I can see, and I'm very happy with that. But of course, there are some gaps where we need to work more. And one of these so painful topic is Ukrainian rules. We have already mentioned it during today's discussion. There are a lot of constructions are not impossible to be used right now due to the firing standards. So when we analyze the German standards and compare them with the Ukrainian standards, so in Ukraine, when you build a wooden building, it's a 4-category fire, 4-category fire, and it is impossible to build a building. So this is the topic which is very important, and it's impossible to talk about green recovery without bearing in mind. I see that finances are better right now, but it's not enough, because if we want to accelerate green recovery, we need to invest more. So there is the lack of time for reconstruction. We need to build right now, today. So if we want to use the circular economy, that requires researchers, finance, test, certification, and it requires time. And as the lack of time and finances, quite often architects are not so brave to take such projects, and they to take projects which are not so ecologically. Sophia has already mentioned about it. So at the workshops, uh, Mhm. So the perception of the people for the ecologically friendly materials that it affects financing a lot. It is a kind of prejudice for ecologically friendly materials. They say, oh well, if it is made of biological materials, it would not uh, that would not be used for a long time. It's easy to damage, to destroy the house made of these materials. So we need to work on this, and of course we need more political will for such projects in terms of adopting new legislation, in terms of rules for energy efficiency, for of course we are on our pathway to the EU accession, but I would like to see political will of Ukrainian politicians to make this real, not just to join the European Union. So this is the end of my presentation. If I don't know if I have time to answer one or two questions. If not, so we will see each other at the panel discussion.
I think we have some time to take one or two questions, maybe as an immediate response to the presentation, and then yeah, we will have a wider discussion later. I see Sophie, you're with the question already.
Yes, but I will probably ask Ukrainian, okay? Анно, вітаю. Ну, ми з Анною знайомі, тому що ми працюємо в одному регіоні і також зустрічалися щодо цього. Але я хотіла вам
And I would like to ask Anna, why did you choose this building? How did you choose it? So we didn't have a big choice, just several variants of buildings, and this was a proposal from the city, and there are a lot of empty houses, and I call it problematic real estate property, and there is little that we can do with this building, because this building is situated closely to the neighboring houses. For example, if you would like to build something new, it is impossible, because we need to move the foundation, and there would be no place for building something new. But we would like to reconstruct, because it's ecologically friendly, and that's why we chose the building for reconstruction that we could do. There were no other good options. There were, or this building is historical building, but it's not under protection. And other buildings were under protection. So these are criteria that we need to bear in mind. So these are logic criteria that help us select this building. Or they were building with very big surface, total surface, or there were other factors. Thank you very much. You have mentioned about building standards, and you said if there are no new standards, building standards, that it means that we can't build circular economy. So question, I understand that you are not an official, but I wonder, what is an ideal process for changing building standards? Who must participate in this process? Who must develop this sentence, or we need just to make copy-paste model? So what is your opinion? Thank you very much. First of all, I'm not an expert. I'm not a legislative expert, but I will express my opinion. I believe that it's there must not be a copy-paste process. We need to take into account everything we had. Maybe we should compare it with the European standards, but it must be Ukrainian rules, the Ukrainian standards. And I think that we should involve a lot of experts, not just in the building sectors, but from other sectors as well. Some people who are working at the plants, engineers, architects, builders, and some citizens. And in this case, that would be real democracy. Because if only experts take part in this process, or a limited working group, that would not be democratic process. I believe so. I think that we have a big example. It's a building code of Ukraine. Who knows what it is? I think that is ideal scheme. So there is a deputy of the parliament, Anna Bonder. She's an architect, and she's developing a city building code of Ukraine. They have been doing this for 2 years. They take recommendations from at all sessions, and we have records of these sessions on the YouTube. They discuss it, they take into account, or they don't take into account the remarks, and it's, in fact, it's a democratic process. And I think that the building institutions have been adapting to the situation. Of course, there is a political issue. There is one challenge I didn't mention in the presentation, but there is a big problem because big players come into the market, and they they want to build quick and to make money and leave at the building site, and it's not a good thing. And our chief from the German side, we are trying to resist building concrete mafia here in Ukraine. Yes, unfortunately, we see it, and we as society need to support each other and to stand firm for our values that we want.
Who is Scott Brooks. Scott, I'm not sure if you are online or if you hear us well.
Yeah, hello. Hi, Jamie. Can you hear me clearly?
Hi, Scott. Yeah, we hear you in the room.
Hi.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Excellent.
I'll
No
just
problem at all.
briefly introduce you to the room, Scott, and then
Of course.
I'll hand over the floor to you to
Okay.
share your presentation. So Scott joins us now from the UK. He is a structural engineer and a humanitarian practitioner whose work bridges both sustainable building design, cultural conservation, and the circular economy. Prior to his current role at Elliott Wood, Scott led Ramble UK's international development team, where he supported the delivery of emergency relief with Shelter Box. He's co-designed health and educational buildings with Article 25 in Nepal and Rwanda. And most recently, he's been working on post-conflict building damage assessment training, including in Ukraine with Radar. More recently, Scott has also co-authored the Institute of Structural Engineers Circular Economy and Reuse Guide, and he currently serves as a chair of architecture in Development's Global Challenging Accelerator Board. So Scott will be talking to us about some of the progress and some of the discussions happening in the UK. And I hand the floor to you now, Scott. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. I just want to make sure I'm sharing the correct screen, okay? Is that showing okay?
Yeah, we see your presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's an absolute privilege to speak, and my apologies, I can't be with you in person. My thoughts are with Ukraine at this time. This war is the most destructive conflict on European soil since World War II. And when I've been reflecting on it from the UK, the pressing question that keeps coming back, taking a top-down view, is how we rebuild at scale without repeating the mistakes of that time. Now that can feel like a question for the history books, or it could feel very irrelevant, but there's a very famous quote, which is that those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. So I think looking very closely at what was done well and what were considered mistakes is a worthwhile exercise. So if we go back, around 1945, Britain faced a crisis. Whole areas of the city was razed to the ground. Questions of what to put back, how to house its people, how to drive its economy. There were significant global shortages of materials and labor, and an enormous pressure to build quickly. And this all sounds incredibly familiar, actually, doesn't it? And many other nations in Europe rebuilt in a very like-for-like way. They created a facsimile of what was there before. And so the buildings were deconstructed if they were partially damaged and reconstructed in much the same way, to the same style, as if it never happened. But the UK is an interesting case study, actually, because it innovated with the latest materials and theories of design that were being experimented with at the time. So that was long-span reinforced concrete structures, precast systems, prefabricated houses, housing estates with a commitment to 20th century social thinking. And this willingness to break new ground and to innovate attracted a large number of kind of leading architects and engineers around from the continent. And this post-war mindset, which is a deep trust in innovation to solve this paradox of speed and repeatability, I've been reflecting back on the success of it, and there's kind of two lessons, I suppose. One, that these emergency decisions, that are the decisions that are made under this pressure cooker of political discourse, they have long tails that tend to go on and on. So it's almost once the construction itself is embedded in the culture of the country, it can mean risk and opportunity for generations to come because of the lifespan of buildings. And the second thing that is to beware the allure or attraction of novelty and oversimplification of what are very complex post-war problems to be addressed. I think at the time, records suggest they were seen as quite a binary speed versus quality issue. So hidden within that, and the sort of beneath the surface of that, was issues of equity and equitability, biodiversity, safety, longevity, and that's where at the time it was considered secondary or possibly not even considered at all. And so we move on now 50 years, and because of the scale of that rebuild after the war, because of the scale of the destruction, it's a legacy that today's sustainability practitioners and building designers are still unpicking it. We have, structures that leak heat, that decay early, that are difficult to adapt, not well suited to adaptation, because they were built with innovation in mind to a very specific use case. And I suppose this is the situation we might find ourselves in 50 years' time, if the reconstruction isn't dealt with top down in the right way. And if the UK, even the buildings that predate the war, they're some of the oldest and coldest houses in Europe. So everything that we do in sustainability has to start with removing asbestos, with tackling condensation, with upgrading of insulation. So we can't deal with the problems of tomorrow before we've dealt with the problems of yesterday. And so these are the embedded issues that you can blindly walk into if you're not thinking about society as a whole. So as we chase net zero ourselves, how can we deal with these pre-existing issues, but also make them future fit? How can we make sure we don't pass them on to our children, these issues? And so it's kind of why in the UK, along with appreciation of embodied carbon impacts, which is growing day by day, the emphasis has been on shifted from new build and operational carbon and operational energy to refurbishment and retrofit, which is to say, how do we better use what we have? How do we ensure that this next great reimagining, this next great phase of rebuilding, which has been driven by retrofit and performance and the climate crisis, is done with that full understanding and foresight. And I'm just showing you this Overton window because if there is a lesson from mid-century Europe and the UK, it's build it once and build it well. But what does well mean? How do we define well? And I've seen that word used many times in literature around Ukraine. Who decides that specification? Who are we building it well for? Can we do it without policy? If policy isn't coming, can we do it without it? And it's never been as much complexity as now into what a good building looks like. Never been as much opinion as to what good looks like. And to a degree, this is a political issue or a decision made by the collective, by the public. And so this Overton window is relevant because if you're not familiar with it, it's classified as the range of subjects and arguments that are considered politically acceptable at the time. It's also known as the window of discourse, so what people are willing to talk about or not willing to talk about. And it frames a lot of the conversations I have around sustainability, to be honest. And it is true, absolutely true, that without the right policy, and I know a lot of the conversation at this conference in the past has been around policy, it's true that policy is essential to make sense of the complexity and variety of situations and to meet net zero at a national scale. But you can't take something that is unthinkable, that is on the outside of this scale that I'm showing you here, or something that's radical and put it into policy. It won't stick, even if politicians advocate for it, even if there's a very progressive government that sees the risk that we might be going into. It won't stick. You've only got to look at the recent rollbacks of sustainability initiatives and policies across Europe to see, and this is where I'm going to talk to you about what we've been doing in the UK. It's kind of through technical empowerment, through our technical understanding. In this context I've described, where we've got increasingly difficult constraints, they take these radical ideas and through lobbying, through a reframing, through education, through demonstrator projects, which I'll show you shortly, they de-risk these ideas, they make them normal to people. And these groups act outside of market forces, and they're driven by individual ethics. They're driven by a vision for the future that is quite different from the current track. And I've shown a few standout organizations here in the UK that are increasingly well known. Architects Declare, there on the bottom right, have been looking at socio-cultural barriers predominantly. They're about reframing sustainability as this sort of ethical baseline expectation. It's not an option. It's not a design option. It should be normal. The Architects Climate Action Network, ACAN there, top right, they look more at framework and understanding barriers. So people misunderstanding what sustainability is about. And they use campaigns, use educational reform and community-led knowledge to address that. The LETI, the London Energy Transformation Initiative, they focus on technological barriers, I would say, and they produce open access carbon targets, design guides, and they align data and language across different disciplines of the built environment. Engineers Reuse Collective is looking at framework barriers, and they're interesting because they basically challenge the status quo of companies needing to be always in competition with each other, and open the door for donor and recipient buildings in a circular economy, to share materials, even if the consultant teams and the design teams are different organizations. And finally, Don't Waste Buildings confronts, you can tell by the title of the organization maybe, but they confront the sociocultural and political barriers by challenging the assumption that the demolition is inevitable. So they cover a huge range of different barrier types, and as I said, do the hard work of moving from the unthinkable to at least the sensible. Then once it becomes sensible and popular, what we see is some early clients start picking up interest in these initiatives. There are lots and lots of projects that I could probably have shown you here, and apologies, I've actually chosen two steelwork ones that my firm has been involved in. Two steelwork ones that are from the sphere of circularity. On the left-hand side, 20 Giltspur Street. I should say these are both in central London, so it's a good point of comparison. But 20 Giltspur Street on the left-hand side was an attempt to keep as much material in situ or in place, and that was by jacking the floors. The first and second floors were jacked up vertically by 1.5 meters, and they basically retained upwards of 80% of the original steelwork, which otherwise would have been lost, which obviously has significant embodied carbon benefits, and replaced otherwise a pretty typical steel and timber hybrid approach, which is very normal for UK construction. And at 180 Piccadilly, on the right-hand side there, 74% of its frame was from another building that was deconstructed nearby. So that's around 1,500 tons of steel from the 1990s were salvaged from another building that was owned by the same developer to put into this building. And this matchmaking across both developer portfolios, but also kind of large, owner operators, is becoming increasingly de-risked in the eyes of these building owners, and we're seeing it becoming ever increasingly popular. And as we move further over the Overton window, we're moving into now coming from popular into policy. And so finally, we're in the sort of early days of policy making off the back of that grassroots movement. And Part Z on the left-hand side, it emerged in 2021 from frustration within the design and engineering community about that lack of regulation that I was telling you about. And it was a small volunteer group only that drafted this regulation. So it wasn't a guidance note. It spoke exactly to what politicians wanted to see and wanted the format they wanted to see it in, so that it could be dropped straight into our building regulations as it currently stood. And it borrowed from the Netherlands that already had embodied carbon caps in from 2018, but also other guidance in Denmark, Sweden, and France. And it's also now referenced in planning policy in different areas of the country. So that's a real success story of what this grassroots movement has been able to do. Similarly, the net zero carbon building standards was launched in 2022, with this trying to address this issue that I'm sure you all experience on your day-to-day lives, which is everyone says net zero carbon. No one knows what it means, and there's no consistency as to what it means. And so the writers of it pooled lots of data, and they produced a very science-based benchmark for what it means. So we're all speaking the same language. And now these metrics are kind of typical requirements in briefs, in design competitions, and in green finance criteria as well. But that's, that all sounds very, very positive. It sounds like we're, basically become a fully circular economy, and I don't think that's true at all. There are still huge areas that need to be tackled for it to scale, and these areas are directly applicable to Ukraine as well. Market forces. I've chosen the top three, I would say. Market forces. This speaks to this competition between the price and supply of secondary materials versus primary. Obviously, a huge difference in scale and a huge difference in maturity of the marketplace. I anticipate that during the rebuild, we will see, during Ukraine's rebuild, I would expect to see this dynamic between the primary and secondary materials to shift significantly. We're going to see deep material scarcity because of the speed of construction, and obviously a difficulty in waste disposal as well, which will prioritize circularity. So we might see a complete shift in that market dynamic. The middle one there is recertification, which is spoken about at a lot of these conferences, and is often seen as the number one barrier. Once material is moved from its original position, it's no longer being certified as part of the building. It has to be certified in its own right. And obviously, we have made a lot of progress with regards to insurers. There've been a lot of inquiries to insurers, and I feel like they've softened and become more keen on the idea. There is still a big question mark over whether reclamation merchants take on the certification themselves to sell the members kind of ready to build, but I don't think they necessarily are keen on doing that because they don't want to own the risk, despite the fact that they're doing the processing, or whether that risk is held by the contractor or whether they certify once it's back in the new building. And finally, building trust, and I think some of the other speakers that I've just heard speaking are talking about this. This means that trusting that it's not going to cause you a headache, down the line. Questions like, it looks very different. Will this perform as a new element? We know that 70% of buildings in Ukraine are estimated to contain asbestos. So, it would be fair to question, has that been fully removed? Has the contamination from rocket fuel, which is obviously a sad truth of the war, also been addressed? Do we know where the material originated from? Is it clear who owned it before it was processed? Ownership rights are also a big part of building trust in circularity being a big part of the future of Ukraine. So how do you sow the seeds of this grassroots movement? Is it something that can be, just moved across, for Ukraine? And I've broken it down into 3 areas. So it's relationships, which create coalitions of like-minded, but actually more importantly, non-like-minded people, different thinkers and different actors. Agency, so practitioners control a lot of levers, but not all of them. They have access to a lot of change, but not all of it, and we need to partner. We need to be willing to partner. And communication is the choice of how we want to communicate the message. We don't, the temptation is to talk from architects to architects, or from within design teams. This isn't necessarily a design problem to be solved, or it isn't only a design problem to be solved. So firstly, the relationships is the law of the few, which you might be familiar with, which is that there are only a handful of people in every group that will go beyond and be responsible for great and rapid social change. So with that in mind, we need to increase the size of our social circle. We need to become connectors in order to increase the likelihood that we're going to have those people who are going to create rapid social change, and we're going to see the grassroots movements of similar to what we've seen in the UK in other countries. And there's obviously these 3 types of people, and I think a lot of us would consider us to have deep knowledge in the field, or have this maven role. It's a weird word, but less of us probably see ourselves as salespeople, and maybe that's kind of one of the biggest barriers that we've got to overcome. Secondly is communication. This is about telling the story with the target audience in mind, and tailoring it to that audience very almost at the exclusion of all other. We need to spark an emotional response, but we also need to speak to the language of the market. If we look at this graph, I really love this graph. The height of this hump is the frictions and barriers that we're feeling in the moment. And we share the stories and experience of doing things differently, and the success stories of doing it differently, to flatten that hump out, or you look some of those dotted lines, because people will push back. To be constructively disruptive, which is a phrase I use a lot, you need to expect disrupting the co-benefits internally inside the country to policymakers, which is circularity, at least health outcomes, decreased program times of delivery, less exposure to material scarcity, which I talked to you about before, and volatile supply chains. And lastly is agency. Agency is, put more simply, what can I actually influence? What's realistic for me to influence? And it's about knowing the boundaries of your influence and what actually sits beyond your reach. Not to limit yourself, but to speak to others and to, as I said before, collect in groups. That means you can touch on all of these different barriers to circular economy implementation. And I use this chart a lot, and I apologize for it being very wordy. But it's great at breaking down not only the different groupings of barriers, but the actors on the left-hand side within the construction industry that feel that they have the ability to actually change them. And when I talked to you about those grassroots movements in the UK, I mean, I did mention specifically that each of them addressed a different barrier to circularity, be it cultural, technical, financial, or legislative. And you can't expect any one group to fix them all. And sometimes that agency means your collective. If you have a grassroots collective, it needs to stay intentionally independent, and that's free from the institutions that weigh it down as well. And we do find that financial and economic barriers, and I'm sure this comes up a lot in this conference, financial and economic barriers are the hardest to move, and arguably the most important too, and probably why we end up talking about policy, because we see that as probably the next most important, but possibly easier to fix than the financial issue. But there are ways around it. So public-private partnerships, helping developers look at procurement routes that are different to now, and also creating circular service lines that are able to be bought and to be sold with great clarity and great comfort from the industry. And so just reflecting, if there's one lesson from the UK that I hope is transferable to the Ukrainian context, it's that rebuilding better and rebuilding faster aren't necessarily going hand in hand. They don't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive. But from an international perspective, I would say that the circular economy opportunity that it seems to me within Ukraine are really clear and very compelling. And the idea of framing the rubble clearance work as part of an ongoing process of urban mining being a very common buzz phrase within circular economy, using vernacular and bio-based materials. I hear some of my colleagues on this in this group presenting around bio-based materials is very important to the circular outcomes. They're seeing that as part of community engagement rather than just another type of design material. And keeping partly damaged buildings due to their social and cultural importance, and possibly understanding the difference between social and cultural importance. And with new circular innovations entering the market all the time, it's obviously clear we need pilot projects. And everything that I'm hearing from others is exactly what we need to test bed these innovations against different use cases in different geographies for different clients and at different scales. And as I showed you what happened in London, there is an argument that the rush to London and the UK, I should say, that the rush post-war to create new buildings meant that they fell into a trap of making overly simplistic assumptions about what the problem was to solve. And I think by test bedding what you're doing here, it's exactly what's needed. And I'm showing this photo here to close because despite the clear devastation of war being shown, I also see from a circular economy perspective a great deal of hope in the building in the background, obviously ready and able to be repaired and upgraded, in this rubble in the foreground where there are clearly elements that can be reused and not downcycled but reused as structure. And I also see obviously evidence of community, which I'm sure is eager to return home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Scott. And great to see already some of the interconnectedness between the presentations we've had here this morning, or this afternoon rather. I know, Sophie, you mentioned regulatory constraints and technical constraints and community constraints. and Scott, your introduction of the various grassroots groups in the UK who are addressing those in turn. Also then Anna and her reference to challenges with the communication of projects and the communication of bringing the community along on that journey of circular economy and of moving to sustainable practices. And I know, Scott, here you've been speaking again about that communication and the role that that plays. So yeah, thank you for bringing up these topics as well. If there are any questions from the room, we can take a couple now, and then shortly afterwards, maybe we can have a wider discussion format. I'm keen to return to that discussion, Scott, about the Overton window and this progression from radical to popular to policy. It feels like that's very pertinent to many of the conversations we've been having here around pilot projects and around the hope to move that window. So I'm sure we can return to that in the longer format. Are there any questions in the room before we do so? Maybe one just from me, Scott. You mentioned that there are mistakes that have been made in the UK's post-war reconstruction, and maybe some of the tensions between building back quickly and building back properly, and the kind of issues in here about heritage and listing as well. Are there any kind of highlights or any immediate responses or things that Ukraine could be learning from some of the pitfalls that the UK fell into in its own post-war reconstruction?
Yeah, I mean, I often use the analogy of the cart horse and the racehorse when it comes to talking about the type of heritage and the legacy that we're dealing with retrofitting our existing building stock for the future. The cart horse is the building that is probably, you would say, pre-war, that was built out of brickwork, or it might be a warehouse, or it might be a house, as I said, constructed from brickwork or masonry. I mentioned the push to innovation and the test bedding and trialing of new technologies after the war, and what this meant. Yes, it had fantastic social benefit in terms of increasing internal floor areas with very long slab spans and very few columns, and we were able to build longer and higher than we ever were before. And without countries like the UK, I suppose, test bedding these technologies, we wouldn't be where we are now. However, when we are now coming back to these buildings, those racehorse buildings, those buildings that have been optimized and refined for a very specific use case, are the absolute hardest to turn into something new without deconstructing them. And in every case, we're looking for solutions that don't involve deconstruction. So I think that's one of the biggest negative legacies that comes from innovation, which is where we move too fast with the promise of something so good. And maybe you say it's very difficult for us to anticipate what is going to be the asbestos of 50 years in 50 years time, and what's going to be one of the other innovations that were miracles and were very positive. But I think we need to try to see which have false promise and which will actually be beneficial.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks again for the presentation. I think if I can ask the colleagues if they can bring up Andrei Tentera's presentation. So unfortunately, Andrei, through personal circumstances, was unable to join us in person here today. His presentation was going to speak about the progress and some of the development which is being made in collaboration between Ukrainian and European architects, and kind of be the last step in this presentation that we have here. I definitely don't want to speak in detail or on behalf of Andrei and his project and his work, but I think it would be right just to share a couple of ideas that Andrei is working on and some of the approaches of his practice, and some of the opportunities that they're starting to look at here in Ukraine. So Andriy is working with Martin Duplantier Architects. They are a French architectural company working out of Paris, but they have been working now in Ukraine for a number of years with Andriy heading their Ukrainian office. And he is working on projects across Ukraine, from schools, from hospitals to cultural centers. He's working on topics of reuse. He's working on topics of reconstruction. So many of the themes that we're looking at here today. As I say, I definitely don't want to speak about any of his architecture as not to do it a disservice. So I would invite the guests here, if they do have interest, to have a look at the website there, martinduplantier.com. They've also been a great support to some of the development in Ukraine in terms of the academia, and Andriy and Martin both taught with the Kharkiv School of Architecture this year, and they were able to actually realize that the project and the work that the students produced during this workshop were seen in Venice at the Biennale this year. So they're taking the conversation in Ukraine and making sure that this voice and this discussion is heard beyond as well, and bringing ever more expertise and important focus to the particulars of the topics and the problems that we need to address and the challenges. And the last thing I wanted to share here that Andriy has been working on with his colleagues is an encyclopedia called rebuildgreenua.com. And the encyclopedia is currently collecting both materials, and I haven't helped myself by putting the Ukrainian version on the screen as opposed to the English version, but hopefully my Ukrainian colleagues can read that there are both material suppliers and different forms of material which are being recorded. And this is open source, so it's free for everyone to access. And I know that the work that Andriy and Martin are doing in Ukraine is taking this as a starting point. It's looking to use local materials within the projects that they work on, both in terms of debris and material which is being reused, but also using locally sourced materials where possible. So I would definitely encourage those in the room and those online, if you have some time, to also check out the work that they're doing here on rebuildgreenua.com. So I think now we will turn to more of a panel discussion and invite our speakers back. So if I could invite Sophie, and if I can ask the colleagues to bring back our speakers who are online. And very kindly, given Andriy was unable to join us, Lydia Shimon, who is speaking in our final panel today from NeoEco, has very kindly agreed to join us at the last moment here. Lydia, as you will see from her presentation following, has a wealth of experience and expertise from her work with NeoEco. I'm mindful not to give you too much of an introduction, because I know that you will be speaking about some of the work that you're looking at afterwards, but maybe if I give you the floor, you can just briefly introduce yourself and your work, and then as a couple of questions from me as a starter, and then if there are questions from the room. And again, just reiterating, if we have participants joining online who want to ask questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll try to get through to them. So Lydia, firstly, over to you. Thank you.
Вітаю, я буду спілкуватися українською під час. Мене звати Лідія Шимон, я представник французької компанії NeoEco.
To the French company Nerleco. Our company has 17 years experience of circular economy, not just in France, but worldwide. Nerleco took part in such popular projects like the reconstruction of Beirut seaport, the underground station in Paris, the Olympic Games. It was very popular project. Well, it's not the last project, but it's one of the projects where we were engaged for several years. Earthquake in Turkey, and I will go into details later. And as for Ukraine, we have been working here since 2022, since the deoccupation of the Kiev region. So I'm very glad to meet you, and later I will tell you more about it. Thank you.
In the next panel, and I think that speaks to the interconnectedness and the overlaps between all of our subjects here today. We can't take one of these topics in isolation. They inherently inform one another and have overlap. So very happy to have you here on the panel as well. Thank you. So one of the first questions I wanted to ask is, we have seen from all of the speakers that there are numerable challenges to implementing circular economy principles here in Ukraine, but also both in the UK, as Scott mentioned. Yet, despite that, all of you have demonstrated projects and approaches and practices which have allowed you to address those challenges and start to make some progress in those areas. So my question is, could you reflect on a couple of the conditions maybe that have allowed you to make that progress already? And how do we go about amplifying those opportunities, and how do we find more of them? How do we expand on them as we continue to progress in the circular economy here in Ukraine and elsewhere? So maybe Sophie, over to you first, and then to colleagues on them.
Does it work? Yes, it works. Should I answer English or Ukrainian? Probably Ukrainian would be better. Отже, Джеймі спитав щодо того, незважаючи на всі ці труднощі, що ми обговорювали.
Despite all the difficulties we have been discussing, what helped us cope with this job, and I would like to say that partnerships that helped us in our situation. Without Germany, decided to launch the initiatives and to present the initiatives where they are needed mostly, and then they created the whole network of acquaintances. So we are the unique team, Ukrainian-German project. So our project was financed by Europe, by foreign investments, foreign funds, not Ukrainian. Absolutely different challenges we had, absolutely different methods we used. Some micro grants, support from the Ministry of Ecology from Germany. They supported a part of our program. Support of our test lab, and so we received funds, first funds from the people from Germany, and then Ukrainian people helped us as well. Yes, partnerships, different sources of finance, and we compare us with the different, and everything is interconnected. And the way we are communicated right now, we see that it is a real community that you find each other for implementing common projects, and it helps each other. I would like to say that we have discussed a lot of things, but we didn't mention the main thing. That the exchange of European experience is very important, but which country has been facing the war like this for the last 70 years? It's a rhetorical question, because such devastation and grief that we are facing is a big challenge for us, but a difficult time give birth to strong people, and this is the most important. Maybe it's very terrible, but war helps us rethink everything we had. And first of all, I would like to emphasize, and I do it at any exposition, that Ukraine has a great human potential, human resources. This is the first that help us to restore, to recover, because the level of professionalism of our architects, engineer, ecologists is fantastic level. Our people can do everything. Of course, we should align with the European standards and we should implement the standards in Ukraine. But at the same time, we need to remember that we have all possibilities for growth, and we don't have to forget that we need to look at the foreign experience, but we need to remember about own potential and our own possibilities, because we have post-Soviet influence, but the ability to assess our resources in right way is crucial. So we have talked about the understanding with the community, but we need to understand the essence of any problem to explain it to others. If I don't understand, I can't explain it to anyone. If I doubt, nobody will listen to me. And when people come to you and they come back to you and they say, we are ready to work, it encourages us to work. And I would like to emphasize that if message is correct, so this is the biggest motivation for our people. Of course, we have some narrow areas, some problematic spaces, but indeed we have a great potential. So I would like to ask, I know that you are working in the community where we had problems. So there is a plant for processing of rubbish. I don't would like to take your time because it is mentioned in our speech.
She said that she will talk about it on presentation.
In the next presentation, yeah. I wonder whether we could just quickly jump back to the first question, and Anna, Scott, if you're still online and joining us, whether you could reflect on some of the conditions that have allowed you to successfully embed circularity principles in your projects and in your work, in spite of the current challenges and the current obstacles that we face.
Appreciating, the projects I mentioned are out of context. They're not speaking to specifically and directly to the challenges of Ukraine in this moment. I think the point made just then about manpower and about the potential for Ukraine to drive forward a circularity movement, I couldn't agree more, and I think that's absolutely right. I think what is able to be drawn from European partners is effectively the maybe a roadmap for policy and practice rather than a specific and single route to it. The other thing I'd say is that we all need to get beyond pilot projects quickly, and I think, as I said in my talk, I think we think that policy is the route to that, but equally, we need tools and data to verify that reused materials and structures are safe and people are happy to use them. This comes back to what I mentioned about public trust and the narrative around circular economy and reused materials. And we also need the market and the procurement signals to favor retained structure and reused materials. Because if we, like I said in my talk, if we focus on speed alone, and I know that speed's very important because, because of the extent of damage, but if we focus on it alone, new build will win out every single time. So I think, yeah, those would be my reflections.
Great, thank you. And Anna, you're still with us? Or we
Так,
can't see on the screen. Oh, there you
can you hear me?
go. Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Я б хотіла теж додати до того, що сказали мої колеги. Я погоджуюся з тим, що вже було сказано із партнерствами. Це для нашого проекту також було дуже важливо партнерство і людський фактор. Я можу до цього додати, мабуть, тільки те, що бажання саме змінювати.
That if you want to change, this is also very important. If you want to rebuild better, to make it better than before, to change something for good, it is a robust driving force. We can't underestimate it. For our project, we had some partnerships in Ukraine and also in Germany. It was crucial for funding, for networking, also partnership with Mykolaiv city. I am out of Dnipro. I am from Dnipro, but I see that Mykolaiv wants to develop and wants to enable such projects. Political will is also important.
Lack of Ukrainian. Maybe I can turn to the room or online if there were any questions. Otherwise, we can proceed with some more. I don't have a laptop in front of me. Is there anyone online? Okay. Maybe we've spoken about many of the challenges, as I mentioned, whether it be regulatory or material or technical or community constraints. I wonder if in some of the projects you can work on, whether you could speak to what's the main barrier been and how have you overcome that barrier in order to get your projects delivered. And Scott, I know that you're joining us maybe with some of those challenges and some of those positions already haven't been challenged or tackled by groups that you mentioned, but I wonder if you can speak about how those groups assembled and how they sought to tackle some of the challenges there, whether it's Letty or if it's Architects Clear. Maybe there's one or two that you could focus on. So Sophie, maybe over to you first.
Тобто питання зараз в тому, що було найбільшим викликом для нас. Насправді всі
About the most important challenge. We can overcome all of them. The issue is how to stay motivated. Our challenge is when the project started to grow and we have to scale it up considerably at national level, and we don't have such capacity. So existential question arises whether we do develop, what should we do?
Periods, and there is a lot of difficulties in Ukrainian deviance and legislation, but the worst is to work with the mentality, because we still have this problem that to buy something is every time cheaper than to reuse, recycle, and
to make from the debris and new materials. But yeah, this is the main barrier for the producers, for the Hromadas, for the government. But we should understood that we will not be able to put in the landfill all debris because it's right now too much debris, and we have only one way: circular economy will save everything that we actually have, and the building sector is like super important to cross the barrier and to work with our like mentality.
Of course, thank you. I think it's been a recurring theme and topic we've discussed here already, the issue of debris and rubble and reuse. And I think, Scott, you touched on this by saying we can't deal with the problems of tomorrow before we address the challenges of yesterday, which I think speaks a lot to some of that that concern here in Ukraine about debris management and reuse. Maybe Scott or Anna, did you have any reflections on how you've overcome some of those challenges in your projects?
I think you asked me how some of the groups have sought to, or the creation of some of the groups that I mentioned have sought to overcome those barriers. The ones that come to mind, front of mind, because I've dealt with them very recently, the Engineers Reuse Collective, I think I alluded to, that they create a network between competing professionals to, outside of the competitive space. And I think this is very important in sustainability, for to be able to sidestep free market competition, to be able to collaborate, but do so outside of business as usual. But it allows engineers to come together as a collective, and marry up donor buildings with recipient buildings across a very large area geographically, but also across different scales of projects. We haven't yet got to the point of digitization or quality or volume of data to understand when donor projects are coming. So when the steelwork will become available, or when the concrete will become available, to marry that up with recipients in advance. So it requires very close coordination in the present and day to day, to make sure that those materials are married up across projects. The other one I was going to mention was Don't Waste Buildings, which is very much charged towards at the political barriers, perception barriers, but also planning. I think planning and political barriers are kind of so stitched together that it's sometimes hard to talk about one, not the other. But they're doing, I mentioned the Overton window, and I don't want to talk about that too much, but Don't Waste Buildings are doing amazing work, even in that reframing, but also in celebrating and amplifying, what is possible. And the architects declare a climate emergency as part of a group of practitioners. There's also a structural engineers declare a climate emergency, and there's ones for different discipline groups, professional discipline groups. But that was I feel like those were created at a different moment in time, where there was kind of quite a lot of inaction and very slow movement, and now they've morphed into kind of a more of a catch-all forum for lots of different professionals to meet and discuss the latest developments.
Great, thank you. And Anna, lastly, if you're
Так, я хотіла б сказати, що у нас багато насправді було викликів на різних.
That we had numerous challenges and different levels, starting from conducting workshops when there are announcements about mining of the location, and we have to move to another location, and ending with engineering problems when you understand that you have planned something and it is impossible to implement that. For example, we had a lot of discussions about foundation, how to reinforce it, also some fire safety standards to follow, because the neighboring building is very close. There are enough challenges, huge and small, and there are different approaches how to handle them. We were trying to focus at the solutions. If you see, you should be open for other solutions, test them, try other solutions, and to think about the solution, not the problem. If we are talking about engagement, sometimes there was no consistency in participation. Sometimes people were interested, they came to the first workshop and they didn't come to the third workshop. So sometimes people who came to the fourth workshop, they didn't come to the first workshop. And it is normal. It is our life. Even later, this challenge was transformed into something positive because we tested the solutions from the first workshop with new people who came. So the list is long. How we handle them, I can talk a lot, but the most important is not to lose your motivation. If you know what for you are doing, you will overcome your challenges.
Very much. Just check again if there were any questions from the room. Yeah.
So I'll also ask in Ukrainian. Мені цікаво, як на вашу думку, який найкращий шлях, щоб змінити суспільне сприйняття?
The solution, how to change the attitude of our society, the mentality. If we are talking about participatory process, from my experience, the best solution is to demonstrate that our new materials are reliable, beautiful, and to demonstrate it to them. But if we are talking about participatory process, they should participate from the very beginning. How can we motivate them? Cool question. How it is happening on practice? I have 3 different projects. One was with kids, the second one was with veterans, the third one is with IDPs. If you work with children, you always communicate with their parents. Why are you taking our children? If we explain children from the beginning, for example, how how to recycle, not throw away. You can reuse it. And they absorb this knowledge very quickly. Veterans, this is very complicated. It is hard to work with them. They were traumatized. It is very difficult to engage them into circular projects, but we managed to do it in Mykolaiivsk, and veterans were involved in Pervomaisk, in Myrne. We explained to them that they are doing that for themselves, for their houses. They understood that they are needed. They are doing that for their community. It is very important. Social engagement and doing something manually is much more important for them than just blah blah blah, or just talking. Um, if you show them in practice, it is much easier. And so we managed to take debris after attacks at certain schools. IDPs, can we explain them what circular economy is? They have lost houses, they have lost their normal job. But I conducted training for them, and they said, wow, maybe it is a startup and we will be able to receive a grant from international community. So in the beginning, you should show them you will receive this, you will receive that, because if you start with environment, they don't care. You should first understand how to motivate them, how to make them interested. It is not easy.
Well, we conducted workshops and trainings there. So Hellenic architecture is one of our area. Hope, Nadia. As for the community, I agree with the sentence that we need to understand the motivation. But we understood that we need to build some communication and to inform people. We paid our intention to the situation. When we just organized workshop, it didn't work. There were a lot of mistakes. Uh, then we met local inhabitants. We presented ourselves. We told about our cooperation, and they say, "Oh, you know us." We were creating online map with them, so they were very astonished that somebody came to work with them. And after that, they were ready. Right now, when we come to different villages, other villages, local inhabitants recognize us. They come, they say hello, and they're ready to cooperate. So this is the way. If I had known these mistakes before, I would have done it differently. So if we work with the community, this is one situation, and at the national level, it's a global issue, and we can start from any area. For example, we communicate with the UNDP right now to because we worked with the exchange of youth. I have a team working with the young people, and we wanted to show that it is impossible to work with eco-friendly materials. Right now, they are thinking on how to implement it, and this program may be implemented at the national level. And this initiative, which covers a lot of young people, and the young people maybe get involved through different institutions. Yes, of course, we would like to see it at the national level, but it's a quite complicated process. So the cooperation and with the existing program and the integration of such technologies and educational part are very important. If I can, please let me give some comments. We have a pilot project. So within the framework of this project, we wanted to prove that we can reach a zero net level. And we sort all these debris, and the community supported us. They asked questions for producers, for those who were engaged in this process, because nobody wanted to do it manually. But that's what we were doing for the whole month. We left this place because of the offensive, and right now we have a place where people bring disassembled materials, and I see no problems in reusing bricks. When donors came for the first time, they said that we were doing this for many years. So I think that we need to work closely with business and to prepare tender propositions. and we heard it smart disassemble, and we needed to do it first.
And again about the translation. So I think we will maybe close there. Apologies again that we weren't able to hear the contribution today from Andre, but I would encourage everyone, as I mentioned, to visit his work as well. But I would like to say very big thank you for everyone, from Sophie to Anna to Scott to Andrew for their work, and for Lydia for stepping in on short notice to give further support to the discussion. So thank you all again for joining us, and we will come back for the final session in the program, session 5, moderated by Mihailo at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Дякуємо, чекаємо вас о 5.
So we will start. This is the last session, and we would like to draw your attention. So this session will be dedicated to the net zero recovery, and we will have three lectures, 25 minutes each, and I would like to ask lecturers to stick to the timing. So 25 minutes and 25 minutes for the panel discussion. And so our topic is the reconstruction adaptive use. We touched this topic quite often because we are talking about the recovery and its different aspects. So we were very lucky because we have a framework formed by the previous lectures. So we understand the context as we have been discussing the issues and problems. When we talk about the recovery, we understand that there are a lot of problems with understanding of it and understanding of population, notion, values. So in any project of reconstruction, we need to fix the cost first of all. So we will talk about challenges, about real projects, and we will discuss how these projects influence on the whole framework of recovery and how we implement some things. Our first speaker, Anastasia Ponomaryova. So we are very glad to have Anastasia here. She's a researcher, architect. She's Kohati Foundation. She's co-foundation, and he's working a lot with the issues of social housing, resilience of new materials. So we are glad to hear about it from you. So good afternoon. I would like to start with the following. If any issues arise during the session, so please, you're very welcome to ask any questions. I'm ready to answer. If any questions, please raise your hands, and when it is comfortable for Anastasia, we will ask you, or maybe after a lecture. So I will try to speak about Kohati. I'm a co-founder of this Kohati, a part of a charitable foundation. So this project takes a lot of time from a big team, and this is my story. It's my love to the reuse and my story as a project manager. So today we have been talking a lot with friends, colleagues about our time. So these stories are inevitable because we live during the wartime, and there are so many challenges that it is impossible to avoid talking about them. And I think that one of these feelings I have always had since 2022. So this is a feeling of paradox. That's one of the dreaded moments, but also it is time when you see some light, some hope, something beautiful in human actions, how a person expresses herself. So for me, it's a paradox. So we have so wonderful projects. We are here today. So based on the idea of paradox, I would present the idea of Kohati. So Kohati is has good vision, but I would like to focus on the vision. Where So I think that's one of the most important motto of our foundation, to bring back resources and knowledge to those who lost everything. So this is in the center of our vision, and we follow this. We have been following this vision as we can. So my personal paradox in this vision, that I have a lot of things to the lot of things that I present, I don't have myself. I'm seeking stability, and at the same time, I'm building it for other people. So this is the paradox. So how can I help other people if I don't have my own feeling of stability? But I'm stick to it. I find energy to implement such projects without personal stability. So from this sentimental feeling, I moved forward. So we are working in the western regions of the country, Vinnytska, Khmelnytska regions. So we have built 9 objects, and the 10th object is under construction. So we are in this eternal circle, seeking new objects and building new objects. So we working with the abandoned territories. All our objects are reconstructed objects, which have been abandoned for several years, 5 years, for example. So, this aspect remains till the end of the project. So we like it so much, the transformation process, the reuse process. So in fact, we have confidence right now. So this is the good tool, but it doesn't resolve all housing problems, but it contributes to it. But we didn't have this confidence all the time. So first project was quite exciting for us. We didn't, when we started, we didn't believe that the transformation of the abandoned residential students' residence, we didn't believe that it will have success, would have success. So I didn't have enough resources to start, but this project was quite successful. So the transformation of abandoned locations is what we need. So right now we are stuck here. We stick to this idea. So according to the figures, it's lifestyle reuse, but in fact, I would like to mention some figures. So many people have already received their housing, 1,700 people. So we are creating new terminology: hotel, social hotel. So most residents for Kohate are residents of shelters. So we're working, as you mentioned, with the emergency shelter. So objects that were rebuilt by other organizations, but right now they are to be modernized because people live there, have been living there for quite longer than than organizers believed. So our partners are German, American, Sweden organizations, and we are trying to diversify our findings, and we are trying to attract local business. So we we asked the producers of furniture to be our partners, so they provide some materials or they gave discounts. So 20% of our cost and we are trying to have our financial independence because international organizations are not interested in helping Ukraine. So they start to organize a renovation fund to show the capacity of NPO to become an organizer. So we're nervous, excited about it, how it will work, this hotel. But without testing, it is impossible to develop further strategy because we feel that we reached some limits and there is need in seeking stable economic models and to be independent on both state subsidies or international donors. So I would like to talk about this safety. I'm architect. I would like to work as a designer, but I understand that architecture can't give stability to people. It is background of this specific stability. Lease agreement, good management, maintenance of buildings bring this stability, and we understand it from communicating with our people that people they are not ready to become participants to be inhabitants of this residence without any guarantee. So architecture is an important space. People can't integrate without this space, but they need legal background, some lease agreement or any other legal act. So we got this idea and we were so courageous to set up a foundation to transform the abandoned objects. First, this first object will be a testing object for us. I think we don't. It's not necessary to speak about figures that shows the necessity of building the tremendous figures. I would like to add one thing that behind these figures there are personal stories of people who leave Ukraine but want to stay. These personal stories are motivated better than these figures. One of these story, I think that one of the last story published in the Ukrainian Pravda about the army of the people without housing, about military servicemen who were forced to leave their house as they defended this land. And this story motivates all our team to continue without ignoring these figures, but all these personal stories encourage us. One of the interview that we had,
they mentioned that sometimes they have to return to the occupied territory because they didn't find support and opportunity to stay. It is shocking for us. And this paradox is that we are working at the edge of feeling urgently the urgence. We don't know how long it will last. We are not building shelters, but we keep being in the state that we will need to accommodate more people. About reuse, when we worked with neglected, abandoned houses, this approach has social component. Some people have good memories. For example, in Kalush, we used that for social cohesion between users and new IDPs. So it was a kind of the bridge between the host community and the new ones. Reuse is also energy, which gives more energy every day. You can play a little bit. One of good creative examples is this bench made from radiators. So what can be done with reusing old obsolete materials, something new and creative. Within Kohata, we are limited by construction standards, timeline, but in one of hostels in Kamenets, we used old door from Zurich hotel. We calculated CO2 emissions, also a new door frame costs. People were happy because the door was better quality and more soundproof. If we compare with the cheapest door, we would be able to purchase within our budget. We can't do it the best way. Sometimes we have a kind of rapid reuse when we just take a ready component and install it. For example, part of furniture, a mirror shelf with a lamp. Reuse for us is a story about preserving memories, sometimes removing something. This is Russian Vasilisa from kindergarten. This photo is from our construction exhibition in Kalush when we demonstrated our new architectural solutions. We also shared stories from the kindergarten, and this city mayor went to this kindergarten. It was pretty interesting. And also there was a kindergarten teacher's assistant. She cited a poem, told us an interesting story. We understood that this integration really means something and can even happen via architecture. Sometimes I call it sometimes we have such an evident solution as common spaces after living in transit shelters. They don't want to share a lot, but we also create community centers. And now I will tell you about funding. This month we will start an open competition for Kalush residents. It will last 1.5 months. This is the first open procedure of selection. We will announce our criteria. There will be 2 people in the commission from the charity, representatives of the council, and our partners. And there will be a service contribution below the market price by 20-30%. It's our first time. We are worried, but we understand that it is our path to sustainability. So we are constructing future everything is open and transparent. Well, it was very interesting paradox in personal stories and in new forms.
Topics of climate responsible architecture, and also he's teacher at University of Brighton. Also, he's an author of the Reuse Atlas and co-chair of the REBA Climate Action Expert Advisory Group. So, Duncan, we are really pleased to have you here. And for the next 25 minutes, the floor is yours. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well.
well, while I set up my slides, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me. It's a huge honor to take part in this conference and hugely inspirational themes, obviously in very testing times. So I will share my slides. Just want to see if you can see them. Let me see now, hang on. Okay. Can you see the slide deck?
Just a moment. Yes, we can see your screen, but not the presentation. Oh, yes, now it works.
Was that it?
Yes, yes, thank you.
You've got one slide, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, please be patient with me. I'm obviously speaking from the United Kingdom, and I'm speaking from the point of view of an architect, academic, and climate activist based in the United Kingdom. And obviously, we are all preoccupied by this guy and what he gets up to on a day-to-day basis. It really is having a profound effect on everybody on planet Earth, to such an extent that lots of large multinational companies are deciding that perhaps they went too far, acknowledging that there was a climate crisis, and perhaps we need to back off a bit, which is, of course, just the time at the moment where we don't need to do that. We need to put more energy, excuse the pun, into combating the climate emergency. We appear to be here, and when I say we, I mean the global north, Europe, and the UK and the USA. 10 years ago, humans extracted between 45 and 60 billion tons of raw materials from planet Earth every year. Fast forward to last year, and it's got up to about 130 to 140 billion tons of materials that are mined or harvested from the planet. And that's expected to rise by another 60% by 2060. Well, it's doubled in 10 years, so I think rising by 60% in 35 years is probably quite conservative. So around the world, we know resource security is a thing of the past. But why us? And by us, I mean, why the construction industry? Well, it's because that construction industry consumes about half of all the world's mined and harvested raw materials every year. And it's the environmental destruction associated with this process that is one of the main factors in generating the current mass extinction of species. The United Kingdom alone consumes 600 million tons of products every year, and it generates 200 million tons of waste a year. And the construction sector is responsible for 2/3 or 63% of that, which equates to 120 million tons of material coming from the construction industry into landfill and incineration every year. Now, by comparison to the rest of the Europe, the construction industry across Europe will create between 35 and 45% of total waste flows, whereas in the UK it's more like 65. So I say to you, hold on to what you already have and reuse it. Avoid the tariffs. And by that I mean the Trump tariffs. We never know what things are going to cost because we never know what the tariffs are going to be. I understand there'll be further tariffs today on countries complying to the 1.5 degree temperature rise Paris Agreement. It's all about managing your existing resources and dramatically reducing the need to consume new raw materials. Reduce the previously manufactured. And a phrase I came up with in my book in 2017, mine the Anthropocene or the Anthroposphere. The Anthropocene is the current geological epoch that we're in, the human-made geological layer that wraps the planet, whether that's ocean, plastic in our oceans or landfill sites or our cities, whatever. But if we mine the Anthropocene, we can then nurture natural resources, give them a break from supplying us with raw materials. We've got to reuse the previously manufactured. Well, so the challenges in doing this, well, planet Earth exists as an ever accelerating linear economy where we take natural materials and we process them and make them into things, and moments later we throw them away. And no other natural system works like this. Some good news. We know what to do. If you design a 10-meter by 10-meter concrete slab and you make it 50 millimeters thinner than normal, you'll save as much carbon as avoiding meat for a year. We are in an impactful industry in the construction sector. The other good news is everybody's still asking, what is a circular economy? You know, we've got famous architects in the UK like David Chipperfield winning the biggest award in architecture, the Pritzker Prize, saying the retrofit, the reuse of existing buildings, is not only the right thing to do, it's the more interesting thing to do. The Royal Institute of British Architects, where I sit on the National Council, is asking its 48,000 members to brace themselves because they're going to have mandatory climate literacy tests. Our industry in the UK has also got a brand new UK net zero carbon building standard. We're going to benchmark, well, acknowledge and benchmark embodied carbon as well as operational carbon. DEFRA, which is the Department for the Environment, Farming and Rural Affairs, one of the biggest UK government departments, for the last year has had a circular economy task force looking into creating a circular economy plan for England and Wales. And this was an event I went to on Thursday night. We had 450 people on the London Eye, which is a great big Ferris wheel in the middle of London. Tier 1 companies there, some of the biggest construction companies in the UK were there, as well as other people, the whole construction sector. It's very exciting. This is just some of the people waiting to get onto the London Eye. And these are people who were all committing to circular economy. And we don't just talk about it, we do it. And this is a project that 90% of everything you see there is material other people threw away. There's actually 55 tons of rubbish created a building that performs to passive house standards. It actually creates 30% more energy than it consumes. Interestingly, it was built by students and apprentices, over 360 of them. So this is a shot of a typical waste house construction site with the carpentry tutor on the left there with the blue hat on, and everybody else there are students. And we got this thing built, made out of waste material. You can see waste ply there, waste timber used as the columns and the beams, even the bulk was second-hand, collected off other building sites. And this is a shot of from a summer school we did, where we got the building almost complete over the summer in 3 months. On Wednesday mornings, we closed the building site down every week to accommodate visits from school children and anyone that was interested. And we had over 750 school children arrive on site to look at the building site. Now, the reason we did it is because this is back in 2014, but in 2012, there was a statistic in the UK that for every 5 houses we built, 1 house worth of construction waste went to landfill or incineration. And a lot of that construction waste is literally surplus material that's brand new, never used, but just gets sent to incineration or landfill. So we were trying to prove that that stuff going to be thrown away was useful and it had a value above being just waste. However, about halfway through the design and development process for this project, we also decided to raise awareness of the stuff we throw away on a day-to-day basis. And that's why these school children are holding DVDs, VHS videos, and other plastic stuff, which we thought we'd thrown away 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But as everybody knows, there is no away. So what we decided is that the waste house would be this sort of vessel containing construction waste, but also products without an end-of-life strategy. because this building resides, it sits on the campus at the University of Brighton, where we have people learning how to be fashion designers, product designers, architects, etc. So we want to point to this stuff, this dumb stuff that doesn't have an end-of-life strategy, and say, don't design like that. Whatever you design, whether you're designing a toothbrush, a car, or a house, or a city, think of how the product can be a resource at the end of its first life. And the Waste House has attracted numerous other research projects. This was about 5 years ago. This was an Interreg EU project where we were asked to find 2 waste flows near the Waste House in Brighton and turn these waste flows into construction products. And so this is normal stuff. This is rubble from a demolition site. But then we got unusual stuff. This is a restaurant near the Waste House that throws away about 55,000 oyster shells a year, because it's a seashell restaurant. And so we looked at that, and those 2 waste flows and others, and we started playing around with this material. We also asked an international company that deal with waste procurement in the UK, across Europe and the rest of the world. We asked them, what's your biggest waste problem as far as textiles is concerned? And they said immediately, it's bedding. Bedding is bulky and there's lots of it thrown away all the time. In Brighton, where I'm based on the south coast of England, it's cheaper to throw away a duvet and buy a new one than it is to get one cleaned. I mean, these are ridiculous things to say. But the great thing about duvets is that they are insulation. So we thought we were going to get some insulation. We thought we were going to get some textile waste and recycle it into an insulation product. But what we did is just find insulation. So it became a reuse project, which is a lot more interesting than a recycling project. We simply washed the duvet, and there you can see we opened up the Waste House there on the right, and we installed the duvets. And of course, they've got great insulation value. We also, going back to this slide, this is us experimenting with the different waste flows to create, for example, clay tiles reinforced with chicken feathers from some of the duvets. All sorts of things we could do with these waste flows. And this is interesting, sort of fast forward to 2 years ago, and now there's a company in the UK that is making insulation for buildings made out of waste duvets. And this is what we did with the oyster shells. Oyster shells are calcium carbonate, which is the same material as limestone. So we were able to fire the oyster shells at 900 degrees and create what we call quicklime. And we mixed a bit of ash with the quicklime, and then the aggregates were broken up oyster shells. So the white tiles, you can probably only see one in this slide, one at the top left. They're actually 100% oyster shells. Some of them fired into quicklime and some of them broken up to be the aggregates. But it's actually what we call Roman cement or Roman concrete. And they're beautiful tiles. As they cure over the next decades, they actually absorb carbon. The downside is obviously there was what we call a carbon burp. We created a carbon footprint because we fired the shells. But what we have done is divert a waste flow into a useful product. And now this is a project for an extension to the Design Museum in Ghent, in Belgium. And the people who did these tiles for us are doing these bricks for this building. And these bricks are made out of waste from the site. So they're hydraulically pressed, so they're not fired. They've got about 1/5 of the carbon footprint of a normal brick, which is fired. But these are just hydraulically pressed bricks, and they're made out of the waste from the site. And at the moment, there's a company called BC Materials in Belgium that's making 100,000 of these bricks, in effect made out of compacted earth and whatever else they're digging out of site. The Waste House attracted, as I said, other research projects, and this was a more recent one where we were working with Rota, who are based in Brussels and one of the leading exponents of deconstruction and reuse, as far as I'm concerned. And they asked us, among other things, us being the University of Brighton, if we could host a summer school, and we called the school, we call it the School of Reconstruction, and it was meant to be in 2020 initially, and it was going to be on site in Brighton, and we were going to have students from across Europe, and we did. We had 80 students sign up for this 3-week summer school. And what was incredible is that the city of Brighton were prepared to give us a school that was it was an empty school in Brighton. We had that as our site, but also they were prepared to deconstruct a building instead of demolishing it, and put the deconstructed elements of the building in the school, stack them up in the playground for our students, and these are our team leaders, you can see here, to reappraise that material. Now, the last thing that they were going to do, which would have been amazing, is they were going to put that material out into their supply chain and to see if any construction contractors would actually go anywhere near this second-hand material. And that would have been amazing, but we had COVID, so we did it in 2021 instead, and it was a digital summer school. So we didn't do any of the physical things, we just speculated. But the great thing was that we weren't restricted by the boundaries of the 6 partner European companies, so the European partners who are part of this Interreg project. So we were able to cast our net around the whole world. So we had students taking part in this that came from South America, North America, Europe, across to China. So it was really exciting to work with people from all over the world. And we brought a book out last year that is open source. You can download it for nothing. And the book's got about 25 chapters in it. And they're essays produced by all the team leaders, informed by the work we did with that International School of Reconstruction. So that might be quite interesting for any of you to download. Now, that book was out now, and we've got the book that I've worked most on, though, is this one, which we published last year with the Royal Institute of British Architects. And before it was published last year, for about 3 years, I've been putting together this, what I call a reuse atlas. And it's got 40 case studies of architectural projects, made of 39 architectural projects and one from product design, where people have employed circular practices. And it's broken down into 4 main chapters, and those chapters take you on steps towards an actual closed loop systems and the circular economy. So the first step is the most basic one, and that's recycling. Now, recycling is okay, it's good. It can do what we did with the oyster shells, which is to divert a waste stream. But the problem with it is it consumes energy and creates a carbon footprint and creates waste. But sometimes you can be dealing with a really nasty product that you're going to recycle, and that can be doing the environment some good. You can be cleaning up the oceans, I say, by getting plastic out of our oceans. But step 2 is, in the book, is even better. It's got case studies focused on reuse. And step 3 is where you reduce. So you do what you normally do, but you hardly use any material at all. And the 4th chapter is dedicated to proper circular economy closed loop systems. Now, what I'm going to do for the next 5 or 10 minutes is just talk about some of the case studies in this book, which I think you might find interesting. So the first one is a company called GumTech, and this is actually a graduate from the University of Brighton, who was a product designer and started looking at bubble gum, because chewing gum is is the sort of most common is around the world. In every continent, most countries of the world, humans chew gum. So it's a huge waste stream, and it's a big problem in the UK and other places where you've got lots of people in cities dropping chewing gum on the ground. So this student here thought, well, let's have a look at it, and she pretty quickly realised that it was plastic. So she set up a company when she left university called Gumdrop or GumTech, and her first product was this Gumdrop bin. So this is a chewing gum bin. So this is a bin you put on lampposts in the street, and you put your chewing gum in it instead of putting it on the pavement. And the interesting thing is that when it's filled up, the bin and the gum get taken to her factory, because the bin is made of old chewing gum. So the whole thing gets taken to a factory and recycled into more gumdrop bins. So that's turning a nasty linear problem into a circular success. And Cheek has other products as well, like the soles of these Stan Smith shoes are made out of old chewing gum. The step 2 is the one one of them, the step that I'm more interested in, because it doesn't include or doesn't require so much embodied energy. You're not shredding or melting or crushing something. You're carefully deconstructing stuff for reuse. And this is Rotor Deconstruction, who are based in Brussels. And these slides should be, or these images should be read from top left to bottom right. The Rotor take on buildings that are normally demolished, and they carefully unpack them. And they redistribute the material in our own yard and on in the digital platform they've got. But this is a collection of buildings in Brussels that they're working on at the moment, and it's part of the World Trade Center in Brussels. And this is only one little bit of it. It's a big development from the late 60s, early 70s. And the buildings are not performing very well by current standards. They're overheating or they're cold, etc. Big energy guzzlers. So this is a story of how these buildings are being adapted, where they're being taken down, they're being deconstructed, not demolished, and the deconstructed material is being cleaned up and redistributed and sent out into the supply chain. And this is 2 images I took when I went to visit Rotor's facilities in Brussels. And as I said, they also have this digital facility as well. Here's a company from Rotterdam called Superuse. I like these sketches because they're simple sketches, but they show the story of how a derelict school became a new school. And here you go. Here's the derelict building. Superuse did a 3D printed model of the building, but they broke it down into its components. They worked with school children to reassemble those components like a game, and then the old building material was used to make the new school. Whoops. And there it is. So this is the material of the old school becoming the new school, but it's totally different. This is a bit more ordinary in a way. This is a steel frame of a building that was in Dublin, in Ireland, and a company called Cleveland Steel, who needed a new big warehouse for their company in Yorkshire, in northern England. And instead of getting a new one, they found an old one in Dublin. They deconstructed it, reassembled it, and there it is. It's not a pretty building, but they saved £1 million on a £5 million project by finding a second-hand building and going to the bother of deconstructing it, taking it across the Irish Sea to Yorkshire and rebuilding it. And here's their facilities, and this is what they normally deal with. They deal with surplus oil, this oil pipeline, and this material is normally used to create new football stadiums or sports stadiums. But what's really interesting is they've got a new market now, which is one of the big successes in the UK at the moment, is people deconstructing steel frame buildings, and here they are, the I-beams of steel frame buildings, here on the right-hand side, for new buildings. So this is a new market in the UK where people are using second-hand steel, not recycled steel, second-hand steel. And this is the last project I'll show for this talk. This is the Lenninger Group in Denmark, creating a new school out of a derelict old school. So this drawing is trying to explain the old school there on the left, creating the new school. And here it is being deconstructed. And as with a lot of school buildings, a lot of on campuses, the buildings are from lots of different eras. So the main image here shows the 19th century building, but then on the right you've got the 1980s and 1990s bits. And of course the palette of materials is quite interesting and varied. So these are the materials coming off the building. And then these are drawings that they made.
All these different possible options to use, like to work with the topics for our next lecture on our panel discussion. So please stay with us. And I'm really happy to introduce our next lecturers, who are Lydia Shimon and Bart Guillet from NeoEco, and NeoEco is um, great great case to discuss, and I'm actually really excited to have you here because NeoEco has an impressive scope of projects and amazing experience in low carbon projects and working with circular infrastructure, and also including their pioneer and low carbon cement production in Ukraine. So also I'm amazed with your projects where you work with eco materials and deconstruction technologies. So we are really, really happy to have you here. But welcome. I hope it's comfortable for you, and I hope you're not behind the wheel right now.
I'm still behind the wheel, but I will take the first parking lot to park, so no worries.
Okay, so I'll try to extend it till you park.
No,
so,
but it's okay to start. It's okay to start.
Okay, thank you. So let's start.
So probably somebody could share our presentation, and Bart will have a short introduction about NeoEco Friends, what actually their experience abroad, about short presentation about NeoEco Ukraine, and I will do the rest. So Bart, floor is yours.
I'm waiting till I see the presentation.
You don't see it? You already start sharing, no? We can hear you.
Are you on mute?
I cannot see the presentation.
So like maybe you will just give a like few comments. Do you see? No? No. And microphone is cut again. You are muted. Bart, you are muted.
Sorry. So basically, NeoEco is a French company created in the meantime 17, 18 years ago. What we try to do is to look to waste from a different perspective. For us, waste is a product that has certain characteristics that is waiting to be reused or repurposed. So we typically consider ourselves primarily as material engineers, so we are not architects. There are enough people in the room, I believe, architects and great architects. But we are primarily material engineers, and we dream of a world without waste. Ready for it? Yeah, now I see. Perfect. And we gradually tried out a lot of things. So what is very particular in NeoEco France, but also NeoEco Ukraine, is that we advance by doing, by experimenting, by learning. So often legislation in France, when we were doing things at the beginning, legislation was not adopted to circularity or the idea of circularity. So we took the inspiration primarily from how can we recreate the material that has the same functionalities as linear economical material. And the second thing, which is often more complex, is can we do it also economically? Means can we produce a material that is technically equivalent and price-wise competitive to linear economy? And I must say that over the time, the scenarios are becoming more and more favorable for us because of taxation systems. So when we started 17, 18 years ago in France, that was very difficult. Nowadays, on annual basis, we can do around 20, 25 million tons of waste that we repurpose or reuse in the French context. And one example that I want to give to people, of course, we are focusing a lot on construction materials and construction waste. Like Duncan say, that is the primary source of CO2 emission and the primary source of waste. So when we are talking about waste, generally in NeoEco, we are talking about not organic waste, but we are talking about inert material such as concrete waste and others. The biggest project that we did so far, and of which, of course, we are extremely proud is, I see I have a parking in 2,400 meters, which is great, is the extension of the metro of Paris. So those who are visiting recently Paris, they've seen a little bit all over the works of the extension of the metro of Paris. And in their initial planning, they were having the idea to excavate the material, bring it to a landfill about 200 kilometers outside of Paris, and then bring in quite a lot of new material to build the metro. And in 2017, when we saw that, we said, hey, look, guys, you're a little bit stupid and crazy because, in fact, you are not a tunnel boring company, but you are a mining company. You will mine 42 million tons of material, and you can reuse, in our opinion, more than 90% of that material. When we said that in 2017, they declared us crazy. They said this is not possible. We are tunnel engineers. Our material is good material. We cannot use waste. Standard prejudgments. And then over time, 2019, 2020, they came back to us and said, well, in fact, your idea, can we try it out? So we tried on one metro line, the whole system. And it turned out, with a lot of sweat, a lot of material they excavated, could be reused inside Paris. And that some of the materials were even usable for the tunnel works, were usable for the Olympic Games. So in the 2024 Games, the majority of the material that was used was circular material out of this kind of projects and some others that we've done. And the cherry on the cake for them is that they discovered on the first line that we worked together with them that it was not only good for environment and everything, but the fact that they didn't have to transport over long distances waste meant also, and bringing in a lot of new products, meant in fact that they could save a lot of costs. And they extrapolated that on the whole project, if they would have done the whole project on a circular, economical way, they could have saved around €500 million for this project. Of course, as I mentioned, we did one metro line. On that one metro line, they saved €80 million, which is still significant. And now they are still constructing some new metro line between the airport and Paris center. This is done the same way. In the north of France, they are constructing a new river channel connection with the Belgian port of Antwerp. That is also done now in this way. So what became from 2017 a crazy story became a standard practice in public works, large infrastructure works, and there's also new high-speed railway line constructed in the south. It has the same way of looking to it. So it's a great use case of how circularity has to fight against prejudgments also in France and still today in France, but how by large projects such as this, the Olympic Games, we gain track. Before I give the floor to Lydia, what I want to say is that when we started in Ukraine, we came, of course, with our experience of France, but in fact, we nearly had to start from scratch again because legislation is different, the prejudgment is different. It is not because it works in France that people believe it can work in Ukraine. So we started more or less in summer 22 with the project. So at the beginning, we were in an idea of, okay, we need to deliver expertise from France to Ukraine. 3 years later, the idea shifts a little bit in the way that often we also transfer knowledge of what we learned and what we are doing in Ukraine to the colleagues in France, or for example, colleagues who are working on projects in Turkey post-earthquake. So I think what is very important to understand for the people in the audience or people online, that for us, Ukraine is not so much as, okay, we as a French mother company, we will teach how we can do things in Ukraine, but it's above all a learning experience, how to adopt what we know from France into Ukrainian context, but above all also to learn a lot from Ukraine and to bring that back to France or to other international contexts. So for us, the image that we like to use is that Ukraine is not only fertile soil for agriculture crops, but it is above all extremely fertile for innovation. And later on, I think, Lydia, I have to explain in clean cement, but I will do that when you come to those slides.
Yeah, great. So as I told you before, my colleagues, that Bart is multitask person, so now you see it by own. Yeah, thanks a lot, Bart, for this introduction. I will switch for Ukrainian language just to be very clear and trying to be short and sweet, because I think in the end of the day, everybody is a bit tired and thinking about dinner. So yeah, NeoEco Україна – це компанія, яка почала працювати у 2022 році. І нашим основним завданням було не просто створити
Task was not just to create a company working in circular economy. Our idea was to show that a full cycle is possible in Ukraine, to show at pilot projects to reuse construction waste and show people that it is real and possible and not so hard. Our main purpose is combination of our projects in Ukraine for people who know us well, that we have a very good practice in macroeconomic research, AI, working in social projects, refurbishment of schools. We don't have just expertise from France, but a lot of case studies in Ukraine, and we can understand the essence of context. If we create pilot projects, we can demonstrate. Pilots are an amazing opportunity to test on a small scale in order to scale up in future. Pilot projects show problems with legislation and technical ones. We have enough. I will ask Bart to talk about clean cement project in Mykolaiivska, which was supported by the government of Denmark. It is the continuation of the veteran project created by with the support of Mission East. Veterans took part in this project, and clean cement is the next step to creating new eco products. Is Bart here?
Steel making could be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine. It's a project, a multi-stage project, first to do the standard receipt and over time to inject the CO2 as an additional binder. So we are convinced that in Mykolaiv, over a time frame of 2 years, we will be able to make a binder that is close to zero CO2 emission. And of course, that would have a huge impact on the climate impact of the reconstruction efforts that unfortunately needs to happen in Ukraine now and during the war and after the war. It's a very challenging project for the simple reason that we are not so far away from the front line. We are in the small community, so the small community is not used to have an industrial project in their community. We have energy problems like anywhere in Ukraine, so it's quite challenging, but we don't give up. We hope to be operational by the end of this year, but let's see what is the reality depending on a lot of different topics. So we will be able in this demonstration project to produce more or less 20 to 40,000 tons, which is quite still a lot of volume of low carbon cement. So it means that people in the audience or online who are doing projects in Mykolaiv, South Mykolaiv, South West Dnipropetrovsk region, and in Kherson right bank part, they are more than welcome to reach out to us and to see how we can supply you with this product, which comes at the same cost as regular cement. So it's not priced above it, it's at the same price range as regular cement, but it has, of course, the benefit of using existing industrial waste, and it has the advantage of not emitting high volumes and over time, hopefully, zero volumes of CO2. So that is about clean cement. Back to you, Lydia.
Thanks a lot, Bart. М, Хочу додати про те, що ми плануємо використовувати шлак залізної руди з Кривого Рогу, і також
Also, iron ore waste from Kryvyi Rih, and we will be able to create absolutely new product, and we will be able to reconstruct much more efficiently. We will be able to supply it to the end consumer. It is very important to demonstrate this full cycle because there are just few options: dismantling or renovation or partial renovation. If we are dismantling, we have to separate all these materials, asbestos separately, wood separately, and up to 94% we have on the site can be reused. It is crucial. In Gostomel, we achieved 95% of recycling. In Mykolaiv, 90% recycling of the debris of the damaged houses. Clean cement is a project demonstrating transformation of construction waste into a new material. Not just creating new materials, but also implementing European experience in Ukraine. Renovation plays a very important role. If a building needs renovation, we think we should have common sense here. What do I mean? 50% of housing stock in Ukraine are cold and old houses. Together with our partners, Resin, Roskvit, Metek, in Chernihiv, we implement a new approach to renovation. Usually, how do we make houses warm? We don't use eco materials. We want to change the vision 100% you said these terrible images in Ukraine when several flats are, others are not. I think it is not beautiful, and we would be happy if we did it other way. Tech company has experience of renovation in Estonia. They are creating prefabricated panels. You can change post-Soviet houses and create a new design, cover with wood, reused brick. We will share we decided that we would use wood because it is light and has a long life cycle, water resistance, energy efficient, absorbing air, one of the best. Before I
economy, it means that the product is used and after its usage it will be recycled and reused. And for us and for eco companies, it's very important to return back to this circle of used materials. So when we started to work in Ukraine, we encountered with the following problem. Uh, there are contaminated materials on the building sites, but the buildings hit by a missile is completely different from the infrastructure damaged by the earthquake. So the experience of Ukraine is unique, and that's why an idea arises to create an asbestos testing laboratory, and we have already opened it, and we work in Kryvyi Rih. This testing lab will operate in Kryvyi Rih, and thanks to this development, and our main idea is to examine asbestos in the ruins. First of all, to preserve the health of the nation, and second, to create the possibility to reuse the building material. Дякую всім нашим гостям. І зараз я пропоную перемкнутися на нашу
all of our presenters, and this one will be about the
our moderator is just repeating his own question in English. Now it's repeating it in Ukrainian.
And it's only then that you start to get a larger movement of early adopters in any country that embraces the movement of this kind of circular economy. And only then it can become policy. But you can never see very few European Union countries that started immediately with legislation and then suddenly circular economy come. It was often very small scale experiments over decades, and then suddenly, because of taxation that they gave already, it became a mass movement in which major players also then shifted. And I think Ukrainian market will have the same, where now the big construction material players are often lobbying against circular economy. And then you will see, once the taxation system in Ukraine over time will shift, then those companies will also embrace, and it will become part of a standard practice. That's a little bit my opinion from the international perspective.
Yeah, from Ukrainian retrospective, we should mention that there is quite strict norms in Ukrainian Libyans that oblige builders to and like architectural companies and other engineers to be very strict in everything that they actually doing. But from other side, we would like to implement circular economy in all our work. So for us, it's super important to have something like a middle, and before we become too much too straight, because government should taking care about safety of the people, and from other side we would like to achieve more greener solution for Ukraine. We should this experimental process could give us a cool possibility to find some solution to test some in the projects to thinking about both about safety and about ecological solution. So experimental gives us quite unique possibility to understood which decision are the great one and which we should skip. So yeah.
Я от просто думаю, що можна назвати в кохатах експериментом, а що готовим рішенням. Мені здається, що в нашому
What is the ready solution? I think that in our very dynamic environment, any project is experimental. For example, machine building technologies or management or cooperation with the partners or cooperation with the community. All these are experiments because it's impossible to plan everything in advance. We don't have enough time to check everything and to assess it in detailed way because that's why every project is a kind of experiment. And to understand more what is our experiment. So first pilot project was experiment for us. How to treat those houses in efficient ways. It was a kind of quick help for the internally displaced people, trying to help them to find their new places for living. And we started our project in the experimental regime because we were sure that the renovation of this abandoned residential houses, students' houses, was a very great idea. So, and we discovered that we didn't leave this method because it's quite efficient for us, a multitasking way. So we were committed to this experiment. Right now we have an experiment as for management models for these objects. We understand that at this stage there are very interesting things for management: how to renovate, how to repair, how people live there, if they create any community or they are just neighbors. And right now we start an experiment with managing companies, how to conclude agreements, how they will work. But we understand that due to the lack of the transparent mechanism that providing us with these tools, for example, setting service fee, we don't have these decisions, solutions not yet, but I hope we will have these solutions. So we continue our experiments and we share our experience and provide some recommendations to working groups. So we have a very comprehensive, sophisticated experiment because we are not isolated. It's not a lab testing because it's a living mechanism. So we are always asked about some recommendations. We ask about some guidelines. I don't think it's just a simple experiment. It's like a dual purpose experiment because we conduct this experiment in the living environment, just in the middle of the city. So we can't call it just a pure experiment. So thank you very much.
And 30 years ago, when I first started in this world of sustainability and closed loop systems, that we needed to combine research with practice. And that's why I've done that. So we've got to embrace the sort of the academic world as well as the world of practicing. However, I think the good news is that there's a lot of that been done. There's a lot of research projects out there, and the way I function is to undertake research projects and then apply that research to real projects. But more recently, I think one of the most valuable things is to highlight good practice. So to look for precedent. So to look for examples of projects that have been delivered, architectural projects where they've employed closed loop and circular practice, and they've done it using conventional contracts, getting warranties for second-hand materials, and where they've come in on budget or they've saved money because they've had to buy less resources because they're working with stuff that they already own. So it's really important to have examples of good practice, and some of them at scale, quite large developments. And the latest version of my reuse atlas has large-scale developments in the City of London, one of the most commercial places or commercially minded places in the world, where they've decided to adapt an existing building and, for example, deconstruct 9 stories of glass curtain wall system, clean it up and reassemble it on site instead of throwing it away. You know, these are people with a lot of money that could just throw stuff away like we normally do. So I think the good news is there's a lot of good examples of reuse and circular practice out there now. We just need to shout louder about it. And that's why I get involved in a lot of these talks, because more people need to know that these things exist. But it's always backed up by good and proper and rigorous research.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And regarding that, I have a question to Bart. And I would like to ask you to tell more about this project of extension of Paris Mitra, because for me it's interesting how to introduce such such practices in so big projects, in infrastructural projects, municipal projects. So could you please tell us more about this process and maybe about this negotiation and persuading to use it and actually the reason why they changed their mind about your proposal?
It's about perseverance, I would say, patience. Because in 2017 we got kicked out of the office after our presentation, and I think we took at least 20 or 30 meetings with them till they came to the conclusion to try out on one metro line, because their company that assisted them on circularity or something similar to circularity gave up in 2019. So since we came in a public tender as second company, they took then the second one, which was us. So then we were entitled to do it, but it took us, I think, at least 4 years of meetings by which we are not paid, by which we were convinced that we should keep pushing. So I would say never give up is maybe the hardest lesson here. And I think it's the same story in Ukraine. We are in talks with the Metro of Kiev, who also is talking about an extension. We don't want to repeat the same thing in Ukraine. Like Duncan said, take good practice perhaps from France. Of course, the Ukrainian context again is different, but we believe that we could do a repeat also on the extension of the Metro of Kiev. But you could imagine that for various reasons, people don't believe that in Kiev it is possible what we have done in Paris. So there are new objections to it. But I think there also we need time, we need perseverance, and sooner or later I think we will arrive there too, hopefully. But if it is not the case, at least we tried over the many years. But generally we are a little bit stubborn as a company. So let's hope that sooner or later being stubborn in Ukraine also pays off.
Thank you. Так, давайте питання залу.
Дякую. Я не знаю, чи мене комусь видно. Мені здається, може там камера працює чи ні? Не знаю. Дякую за презентацію. Я
The presentations. We are a little bit tired, but I think we have some energy. I thought about two things. I think that they are not new, but maybe you have some new ideas. These are questions to Anastasia and Lydia. How to provide this discussion about circularity more sureness, because I think that people perceive this like something which is beyond their own life, or that something is beyond some real economic process, that it's something extraordinary things. And maybe it's better to produce something usual, but now you are talking about the things that are not relevant for us. And what you're talking about is beyond our reality. So how to make this topic in the focus of the public, because we are trying to draw attention to this topic, but it remains something just for specialists. So this is the discussion of some specific people, some fans, and so on and so forth. I can start give an answer. So the communities are different. There are mayors of some communities, and they are so conscious. For example, in Mykolaiv, he says, "We will do it." So there is another side of the coin. Right now, everyone understands that the support of the European Union will be for inclusive, ecologically, and etc. project. And if you offer something like give our funds forward, we don't know what give us, and that's what we heard all this time. And we explained that nobody will provide you with money just for nothing. Where is your roadmap? How will you provide waste sorting? And when people start to understand, and when we talked to people that, for example, in the Western regions, people do not understand we should recycle something. And if you go to Kherson or Sumy, they understand. So there is no place for landfills. So no locations to disposal all this rubbish, and people understand. So there is no other way but doing something with it. First of all, uh, they need some finances to develop. You will be in the focus of attention first. You, if you do your job well, you will be provided with finance. If you do it once, I don't care. Once somebody will come, next time somebody will come, but for the third time nobody will come. And people are afraid.
We don't have the level of consciousness when we will put plastic to plastic if the landfill is the same. I get it. We need a good system. When we started, I'm calling a company, can you utilize asbestos? And the answer is, do you need it just on paper or do you need it really? And the problem is not just in the community, the mentality. You just give the bottle of cognac and you can take it out and bury on the landfill. It's not just the problem of authorities. We have to change the mentality. But if it is too easy, it means that your path is not the correct one. So if it is complicated, it is okay. People often are against, and then they will change. I think that if you see Kyiv, Odessa, and Lviv balconies, you all know the stories of grandmothers with carpets. I think we can use this family experience of family economic and promote it. I like to say that in Ukraine there were some problems. People were poor and they had to use what they had. We have such skills in many families. Also, don't forget about policy, any culture of reuse will use will need the support of the state policy. We need some subsidies, benefits, but we can advocate. I can share our stories. The breaking moment in communication was the story in Kalush. People went to this kindergarten or worked there, and the women were crying. It was painful that Zirochka kindergarten was closed. It was such a great place for children, and then it became something abandoned. And when they were sharing this story, and when they understood that it would be able to preserve this building for IDPs, they were happy. Reuse became a bridge of communication, and it was a linkage. Also, a story I shared about these mirror shelves. One architect who doesn't like reuse and like something new, when he saw this shelf with a mirror in our hostel, he said, "It is beautiful, Spiegelschrank." I saw them in my childhood. All this personal relationship, they can lead to promotion and advocacy. Someone will be happy to see Spiegelschrank, others Zirочка kindergarten. I think it is working at any scale from Spiegelschrank to the street.
The impact of time in terms of looking at reuse and restoration as a tool for recovery. Maybe that's a question to Anastasia and to Lydia, just to talk about actually in the projects and examples we've been hearing in other sessions. There's incredible projects that are taking place and incredible work that's happening, but the development of materials or development of processes and change of systems is taking a long time, whereas maybe adaptive reuse is a more immediately accessible tool for recovery that we can look at. And maybe Duncan and Bart, if I could ask, and I don't ask this to age you, but looking at your experience in the industry, maybe you can reflect on if you've seen a change in the way that adaptive reuse and retrofit has accelerated more quickly, maybe than things such as the introduction of bio-based materials or the kind of reuse of waste and debris. I wonder if there's something you can reflect on here.
Duncan, but I would like you to.
I will start. Start, and it is Lydia and I have time to think on the question. I would say each stream has its own timeline, and everything depends on a lot of circumstances. As New Eco, for example, we are working already very long time on alternative cements, so alternative binders, but this is highly a normative product. So we are highly depending on the new norms that are happening, that still have to happen. So the time frame sometimes is disappointing because we are developing products that are technically ready for more than 10 years. but the legislation or the normalization does not allow it to bring it under the market under the best circumstances. So time of materials is something very volatile. It's the same with bio-based materials. Bio-based materials has its own cycles. Um, Personally, we are a little bit less involved as NeoEco in bio-based materials. In Ukraine, we are a little bit more. So I would say to retrofit is the same. For some projects, it's good. For some projects, it's not. And I think it depends often also on the local context. I agree with you that if you need to urgently do a hospital, um, most probably you will think differently than if you have the time to insulate an existing panel building in Ukraine. So I think we should not be idealistic or idealistic in the approach of we want per se reuse, per se recycle, per se retrofit or whatsoever. I think each building, each circumstance is different, and we need to be very adaptive. And I think that's a pragmatic approach, but I don't think we should be dogmatic because as way in EcoEco, we have lots of projects that we have to abandon because economically it's not viable at a certain time in a certain place. But that does not mean that it should be forgotten or whatever, because it might be over time that it becomes economically viable, or it might be in another context that it's more relevant than in the context we tried out. So I think there's not an answer that suits all. I would do about 300 to 400 projects per year in France. Let's say high intensives the last 10 years. So it gives us a little bit, let's say around 2,500, 3,000 projects so far, by which each project has its unique challenges, its unique truth, and also its unique lessons learned. So it's not something like, okay, we've done now this project, let's copy one to one now to the other location and it will work. Unfortunately, not true, and that would be my general answer. I don't know if it satisfies your question, but that would be my answer to your question is be adaptive, be flexible, and like Duncan said, there is a huge amount of examples. You have the book of Duncan, but there are really thousands and thousands of examples. A new European Bauhaus, a lot of architects. Lendegar is a good example there too. But I would say there are thousands of examples. And if you look to a particular building, get inspired by those examples. But then don't forget that your context is different economically, social, and also the availability of materials.
Так, дякую, та й попрошу Лідію Антоніну продовжити, тому що Данкен, на жаль, вже виключився від розмови.
Так, з точки зору там, термінів.
Sometimes Soviet Union showed us that sometimes it's not good to construct so many fast. We should think over first. The war showed. Do you remember times when people quickly moved to Poland and there were wagons? People lived 6 months and they moved. And what to do with all these wagons? It's bad for environment. Well, the solution is to create social housing. Anna's project is top. If we recreate the existing ones, transform it, it is a part of circular economy. We give life to new housing and new materials. Sometimes we need time, but we can understand when people don't want to work. In Myrne, in Luch, people are afraid destroyed house is the only chance to prove that I had a house, because if it is dismantled, there will be no evidence. Sometimes it is very negative. I understand people, I understand our authorities, but engineers and architects who are drivers of changes, it is better to think about life cycle of materials. I think it's better to think over. I believe that the discussion on the values, adaptive reuse and circular architecture will win if we speak pragmatic knowledge of the accessible land or the cost of the reuse. We have to share the figures, as I shared our experiment with the door. The cost of adapting this old door costed the same as the purchase of a cheap new one. And these figures are drivers for the solution of people who don't like reuse so much. Reuse of old buildings take time, but give access to central pieces of land in the city. And for IDP integration, it is a key instrument. We can't make them live far away and think that they will integrate. So it is a pragmatic factor. For integration of IDPs, we need central pieces of land, and it is better to reuse the old ones. I also like to say that reuse is not ideal. There are minuses. Not all solutions are ideal, and net zero sometimes is impossible. We would better do it step by step. Thank you for your answers. We will wrap up. It is already dark. We are wrapping up day one. Thank you very much for everybody who was with us today, our guests, our speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Mikhailo and Jamie, for organizing today's track. The recording will be accessible at the YouTube channel of Kharkiv School of Architecture. Please join. See you tomorrow at 10. Track number 4, investment for net zero.